Hi, everybody. Welcome to Fearlessly Authentic. We have Yona in the house. I'm going to bring him right in. How are you?
uh, living the dream, but now it's kind of like getting like weird Freddy Krueger type dream territory. With the latest announcements from Hochul with the 1X vaxxed necklace and everything.
Don't fall asleep.
Oh boy. Ugh. Yikes.
Let's see who we have with us. Is
Catch
Dylan
22.
still
You
here?
don't want to miss it, and you kind of want to miss it. Ugh. Oh no. I went and looked down at my phone just for a bunch of notifications about the Jackson Hinkle hangout. Really? I'm sorry. No, I don't want to see what Emma Vigeland said about anything, or I would watch the Emma Vigeland myself. Yeah, only so much time in the day, Stever. You got to pick and choose, Lucky.
But I want to know what Sam Cedar thinks about it.
Ooh, I'm going to go on a bunch of debates. Yeah, I'm just going to start debating. That's really going to get a lot done. Really. Just take down one logical fallacy after another. Dealing with the worst of the 30% that are like just totally fucking hypnotized.
So, how is everybody tonight? Or whatever time of day it is for y'all.
Seems sad to me. It's like it's just a type of cruelty. I don't even know how to like really put it into words. Like coming up on like a big metal trash can with the lid on it, like the kind that Oscar the Grouch lives inside of it. All you hear is like the cutest little kittens going meow 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 meow, and you open the lid and somebody has put like 10 kittens in this freaking 4 foot deep trash can. It's like and all these little kittens are like, I got facts, I wear my mask, meow, meow, meow. It's like, oh my God. And sadly, the most compliant are just going to continue to receive the most abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Case in point, those that get vaccine injured are the most vaccine compliant, the most obedient, the most trusting. And as soon as they get hurt, paradoxically, you would think, they're immediately vilified, deplatformed. I mean, it's like some Salem witch trial type vibes, Lucky. Like, how dare you? It's like, but it's my third shot, and then this and that, and the doctor, and then doctors
They've refined the McCarthy smear.
Crazy, There's nothing wrong with your menstruation. It's all in your head, you crazy woman. And it's like, well, it couldn't have been the vaccine. And it's
like they got nothing on the McCarthy smear, man. They reinvented that shit for today. Like all you have to do is say something negative about the fucking the Pfizer.
Oh, there we go. Maybe that'll make a difference. I had it on my external speakers. May have made my.
Oh yeah, that will definitely.
Is it better?
Is it better? Better.
Is it better? Can you hear it now? Is it echoing?
It's cool whenever they had like the maps of the United States showing the cell phone coverage and they're like saying, can you hear me now? You can always tell where West Virginia is because it's the only part of the East Coast that's like a big black blob where there's no coverage.
Yeah. Are you so cute? Like I got a little somebody right here in his cute sweater.
Oh wow. The beads at the top. The beads pull it off.
He always wears his little.
He's a very stylish little hippie dog.
And he's got these cute jammies on. They're so cute because they cover his little legs.
Yeah.
I love them.
as cute as the sweater said, as cute as that sweater is, I gotta say, the beads make the sweater. The sweater don't make the beads.
I wish they made better
Yeah.
sweaters for us like that.
I know, right?
You know where you could put your legs in them and stuff?
Oh my God, please. For
Come
my
on.
birthday, I want a onesie sweater.
I want a floor to
I mean,
ceiling
that's kind of
fucking
like
cardigan.
Snuggie vibes, right? Except the Snuggie isn't like leg holes type thing. Like, yeah, I really need like an adult onesie where, even my, where I got to slip my legs in. It's got, it's got the wacky stuff on the bottom of the feet, so you can walk on them, whatever that stuff.
So you don't slip.
Walkie stuff. The
I made
little
Leo's,
plastic bumps.
necklace. His necklace is made out of the same beads for my mala necklace.
Awesome.
Ideally, I think if you could have a suit made out of like foam, like memory foam or whatever, so in case you tipped over, you wouldn't get hurt. You could just kind of weeble. That would be
Yeah,
the best
like
way
when
to
you
do it.
wear the sumo wrestling outfits.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
like that. But comfortable.
Do you guys remember that movie, like with the boy in the bubble?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what we're kind of like dealing with right now.
Boy in the bubbling with the.
Oh my
baby
God, I've got a
and
meme.
traveling
I
heart.
think I shared it on my Twitter, but I've got a meme where there's literally people out on, like, I think they're in Yosemite Park, and they're hiking on trails. And it's basically kind of like think of like a tent type folding out material that's making basically walking outhouses for them so they can go hiking outdoors.
Isn't that nice?
And hold hands. And they've got like little ski poles on each side because I guess it's hard to navigate when you're, a
Sturdy.
walking porta-john.
That's innovation. That's
but
innovation,
imagine like a
Yona.
see-through porta-john. It's all clear plastic, so good visibility. You just don't have to worry about breathing in any of that dangerous Rona air in the middle of a fucking national park, miles from civilization.
Yeah, so you could have like 7 masks, and you could be inside your little one-man porta-john.
I mean, I really have to put out the pro tip there. If you're going to double mask, if you're going to be safe, when you double mask, please don't forget to earmuff and change your condom. Dude, laugh all you want. Rhoda can fit through the urethra. You don't want to get Rhoda through the dick hole. I'm just saying. That's why
if you value your urethra
to protect your dick hole against not only STDs but spike proteins. There, I said it. Keep it wrapped.
This is brought to you in part by Dick Holes for better spike protein awareness. Or the Northeastern.
Because I got this mankini because when my double masks wear out, one's on the inside, and then I change the inside mask to the outside mask, and then when they're both full of schmutz, I then take the two schmutzy masks and then when you tie them together,
rub them together in a vigorous circular motion.
But the mankini just accommodates payload. It does not prevent urethral infection.
This is going
to take over right here. Everybody's going to want their own.
Yeah, I've seen parents doing that already with their kids in their bedroom.
Here we go.
Oh, got the arms and everything.
Isn't that called like Munchausen by proxy?
Oh, Munchausen by proxy. I like that.
Here we go.
Good band name.
How's this guy?
Once again.
Oh no! They have these really big things that are like that at the ski resorts and stuff where you can get it in. And
dude, I went to a Violent Femmes show one time, and they had
the thing went rolling down.
One of those.
Have you seen that video? It was in the Alps, and somebody got one of those balls, and they were like up on the Alps, and like instead of going down the course, it tipped and went the other side and went straight off the mountain, and they like fell like I don't know how many thousands
you
feet.
should type in "Flaming Lips."
Needless to
because
say,
the lead singer of that band has one of those, and he rides it around on top of the people. And it's
are these all pictures of Fauci's orphans that he tortured in Manhattan?
Fauci's Orphans, another great band name.
Yeah.
And like seriously, this is what it's gonna be, guys. Like this is what it will be if we don't make these motherfuckers stop. Like this is what they want.
Yeah,
They want this.
we are here for reasons known and unknown about Fauci's orphans.
They showed us what was happening.
I've got it. I've been thinking about it.
You didn't look yet.
Orphan Fauci puppies.
Look at the Flaming Lips stage show.
Puppies.
Same thing.
We might have to do a musical collaboration, like on a more formal level there. And I'm thinking formal, Stever, like.
Did they really do
like
this?
Some orphan Fauci.
Do you see this? The boy in the bubble? Like, is this a freaking recent cartoon?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, narrated by Alan Rickman. Yeah.
No way. Is this real? Like, is this a real freaking image, guys?
I think so. But seriously, you should type in Flaming Lips. Bubble.
Okay.
Oh my God. I can't imagine trying to live in a bubble like that. I mean, I just ripped the most rancid farts in the elevators, and 2 minutes is enough. You should have heard me before. I mean, I had people getting that on the 3rd floor, and they already pushed the button for 6 and 7. I mean, come on. Pussies.
Dude, this is a movie from 2011.
All right.
It's a real movie.
It's a real movie about a real boy in a bubble.
Guys.
Right. Nice.
All right. What was I supposed to look up?
Huh?
Flaming Lips.
Oh, yeah.
Bubble.
Wow. I was watching the Cavo couch, like right at the end, just like fee made it like so heavy, and wow.
I remember this, and it really creeps me out.
What?
Zoinks.
Just saying.
Oh, you remember this?
I mean, like the assembly bill is like going through the New York State Legislature now up in the Albany State House. Like,
yeah, dude.
For real, it's that this is not a test.
No, this is not a test. This is a fucking actual fucking. They're actually going to try to do this. See, this has been part of the fucking Flaming Lip stage show for years.
Yeah.
People in bubbles.
Uh-huh.
Very trippy, very fucking groovy to look at when you're tripping.
Yeah.
Hell no, I don't want to. No, I don't even want to see that.
He sings Yoshimi, and it's
freaking
all
creepy as hell.
It's all really cool, robot-y.
Ugh.
They're like, it's like there's like an anime movie or something like that kind of goes along with it. It's like a conceptual album.
I mean, like it would be fun to go in a bubble and like crowd surf.
Yeah, and that's what he gets to do.
Man.
Like,
yeah, but I don't want the whole audience.
If I was even going to attempt a
Flaming
Lips
bubble.
bubble, I would have to transition from my beans, corn, and squash diet, especially the sweet potatoes.
How do you even get that to blow up?
You could asphyxiate oneself.
Oh, believe you me, I would be able to self-inflate mine rather quickly. Because he rises like
Is this bubble getting higher right
now? Start like floating like a freaking hot air
man,
balloon.
is this bubble going higher? What is going on, dude?
I bet I could get high on my own farts.
Look at that. Oh.
It's like, excuse me.
I just don't even like clusters of round things anyway.
Clusters of round things.
Dude, it's from CBS Sunday Morning. That's a major suspicion right there.
They look like fish eggs.
I think they call this predictive
Don't they look like fish eggs?
Yeah, or like frog eggs in the water before they go all tadpole.
Yes. I wouldn't. How do you even get out? Like, what if you have to pee and you're in the middle of the fucking balloon thing?
Man.
Like, is there like some kind of sign?
Golden bubble shower.
Is there a fucking like a button that you press? Like,
I don't think there is.
Talk about fucking claustrophobia.
I don't think I would
Oh,
want to stay out for
wow.
very long either.
See,
Just-
where I smoke weed all the time, you wouldn't even be able to see me inside of my
that's what I
I
mean. That's what I'm thinking. Like if I was left to my own design, it would
just
just be cloudy in there, and I'd probably asphyxiate myself.
that smoky orb over there, that's the Yona.
Like I could go in there and smoke a freaking bowl out or something, but like,
Yeah.
fuck, man, I could do that in my van too.
I would end up popping my bubble because I would be choking and coughing so hard, like the cherry would fall out of my pipe and burn through
Yeah.
the plastic. And
Something sharp will come loose,
yeah.
poke a hole in it.
Plus, I get clumsy when I get that high. I get like 2 left-feeted and everything.
It would be pretty cool to be high enough to be in a bubble for a minute and get it all smoked out and contemplate the universe from the inside of a bubble.
Look at Vicky said, adult onesie. Good luck going potty.
There's a zipper, and it goes both ways, so you can zip from the bottom or the top.
Oh,
Like,
Yes.
handy.
Zippers are freaking uncomfortable and cold, though.
I
Yeah, keep
speak
your
from
zipper metal to
experience
yourself.
about the adult onesie you see.
Wow, we're buried in the
I
algorithm.
prefer the old school trap door setup, given the choice.
Oz, do you see what Oz said?
What?
We're so buried in the algorithm. He had to do a deep search to find this live,
Oh,
even after he clicked a reminder.
That's
I'm
so
afraid my fearlessly authentic demeanor has led to further demonetization.
right.
We're not monetized at all, so
Well, you can't get less than 0 then.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
That's
exactly.
right. You can't.
Woohoo!
Hey, if I was here to monetize and make money, then I wouldn't talk about these things.
That's right. I'd be super secretive about it.
Wow.
I tried to share it on Twitter, but I
I
can't.
just, I'm just trying. I think
Why
I
can't you
know
share it?
why.
It's like, no.
I think it's my defense mechanism
What?
coming out of me.
It
Like,
won't let Steve share. Can you guys
I-
try to share for us? See if it will let you share.
It won't let me share from my from watching it on your tablet, but it'll probably let me share from here.
it's like I have to tell more jokes. I have to be even more funny when I find out that the whole forced vaccinations and camps and everything is not a harebrained conspiracy, nor is it, well, it could happen, nor is it, well, it might happen.
It's a thing
It's
that's
like
happening.
now already happening. So maybe more tramp stamp jokes. I don't know. We're
Yeah.
in pretty dire straits. 2022 is shaping up to be a fun time.
Yeah, it's really shaping up to be a spicy party. Spicy meatball.
Camp
God.
camp screams s'mores to me. I mean, so long as you get to
S'mores.
go left and you're not told to go right, because right go,
Did-
they tell you
did
in the
you
morning
see
when you're
this?
lined up,
Uh-huh.
left or right or
Hot
links,
box
right.
bubble.
Right.
No.
That's left and right, Jim.
The comment I put on there. My grandson said when we were walking Daisy, our dog, and she stopped to poop, he goes, I wish I could just poop when I have to. You know what? If you guys are grossed out by poop, then, plug your ears for a second. But Leo,
That's actually the traditional Cherokee way. When
Leo
you're walking
likes
down
to
the
poop
path, you gotta
on
poop, you just poop.
Leo likes to freaking poop on 2 legs.
He does like a handstand.
He does this weird thing, and he likes to back up to a bush or a tree or something and do it. It's really weird.
He likes to back that ass up.
He yoga poops. That's what I call
It's yoga pooping. Exactly. Anybody
Yeah.
who has a small dog is familiar with the yoga.
You have to make that ludicrous song, Leo's pooping song, the pussy popping song for Leo.
Yes.
Leo pooping on a handstand. That's right. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Leo pooping on a handstand.
And he fully does too. It's really funny to see.
Now the thing about it is traditional pooping on the path. You don't poop in the path. You poop adjacent.
No, you go off the path.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't poop on the path.
Now, I haven't done a lot of wild pooping in my day, from land surveying in the middle of fucking nowhere in the wilderness.
Gorilla pooping.
I must say, I was always like close to the top of the mountain along a very narrow ridge. Whenever I had to poop, I always played a game called Poop Snowball. So, like, I would like try to find a tree that was like all the way over at the very edge of the top, but like right where it's getting super steep, where there's a bunch of leaves on the slope. And that way, once I drop the payload, it's like Plinko on The Price is Right, And as I watch it pick up sticks and leaves and bounce off the trees, I'm like, because the more sticks and leaves it picks up, the farther the poop's going to roll down the hill.
That's true.
Oh no, phenomenal! Really, like I don't know if that's a good question to ask, but I'll let Yona read it.
Well, we might take it all the way to R or NC-17, but we don't go X here. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not a full X rating.
Yeah.
There's kids, that are likely to pop
what's
by.
the one app with all the stuff on it like that? Tinder? Or I don't know. Apparently there's a number of apps.
That spot thing. I don't know what it's called.
There's a number of. Is it Telegram?
What is that?
Are we referring people? What is going on right now?
Nudies.
Those websites where you post those weird things.
You post your weird things.
Your Howard Stern private parts.
Your private parts. The Pornhub?
Not the Pornhub. The other one.
No, like it's just like regular run of the mill fucking app type shit on, like.
All right, I'm afraid.
Because
I'm just not porn qualified to comment.
I'm.
Is it like a hangout or something? Like, is it Hangouts or something?
No, is it TikTok?
Tinder?
TikTok.
I mean, I'm just thinking about like things like where people have been busted. It's just like all kinds of fucking lewd content, not necessarily like full blown fucking porno.
Yeah, but what is the name of that one? Guys, help us out. Come on, we guys gotta know.
My favorite thing to watch on the YouTube Reels now is there's a Detroit there's like this little black cop guy who's like a little like badass dude, and he shows you how to like, take a gun from somebody or fucking, disarm someone or throw them on the ground or whatever, like all of these fucking awesome ninja moves.
Listen.
And he's just like this really intense, really, really serious little black man with black leather gloves on and is just fucking amped to show you some stuff. He is fantastic. I can't recommend him enough.
Did you see the bubble questions?
What if you strip down naked in your bubble?
What if someone gets naked in their bubble and then Oz wants to know what constitutes naked and why? And the bathroom line, what do you do? Do you roll? Do you roll through the crowd to get your bubble where you want it?
Well, I guess sometimes you probably do have to roll with it, baby. Thank you, Steve Winwood, ladies and gentlemen. Woo!
And what if you ate beans earlier that night and you're like stuck in your bubble and you're feeling like, you're gonna pass out?
Oh, you're stuck in your bubble and you ate beans.
God forbid you're stuck in the bubble.
Frijoles.
And then.
Revenge.
No, not the bubble guts. Please, no bubble guts in the bubble. I don't want bubble.
I woke up with the swamp ass in my bubble.
No.
How do you clean that between too?
It's hard to clean a bubble properly. It's always moving.
Is there some kind
water
of
just sloshes around in there?
Is there some kind of bomb you drop in the bubble or?
It's miserable. I don't want to contemplate on swamp ass and the bubble anymore. Can we move on to a different subject?
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Lordy.
I don't even know why I feel like this. It's not really
Mhm.
shocking, and it's not really surprising, and it's
No.
very logical. And I've already talked about it, and I already knew it was coming. And I kept saying, it's only a matter of time till they start going door to door and force vaccinating and dragging people to camps, and that sounds totally freaking nuts and insane. And now they're passing the laws to do it right now. But
Yeah,
whatever,
dude. That's the
whatever,
way the last 2 years have been to me. Like, oh, well, this thing is going to happen,
man.
and then it happens, and then another thing is going to happen, and you're like, oh, that's just a matter of time before they're fucking
Bingo.
doing the
What's the
thing
other
here.
bingo?
Arem says, I don't mind my own gas. I don't know. Sometimes it's like, wow, that came out of
Isolated,
me. I think something died.
isolated inside a bubble, you might get to know yourself a little better.
Well, I try to take a balanced view about my gas. You know, it's it fucking stinks. It doesn't smell like roses. Trust me, you'll know. Yes, it was me. Yes, it was Yona. Tasty, isn't
It doesn't smell like roses.
it?
Yes.
I told
Huh?
Mr. Wilson how my dad would fart under the blankets and then pretend like he
Oh
was gonna like
God.
hawk a loogie. So my mom would like go under the blankets and so she would hide under the blanket and he would trap her under there. And it made him laugh so hard. He was trying not to laugh, so it was fantastic.
God, I love that fart story that's animated when Joey Coco Diaz is telling the joke to Joe Rogan about farting on the bathtub, and they're like, "Oh God, he's changing flavors."
Joey Diaz is a fucking killer. I
Oh
love
my
that guy.
God! Oh,
He makes me laugh so
I
hard.
broke a freaking rib.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Do you see this? Bella said a giant comet is going to hit the earth in 6 months. We watched that too.
Good. We could use some comment down here. This
Well,
place needs some cleaning and scrubbing.
it seems like a good idea to me.
I wish they would stop saying like we have climate change or climate catastrophe. No, the fucking earth is gonna be here, whatever like we do, unless the comet does blow up the whole earth. But then we're screwed anyway. So like, we actually have humans going extinct. It's not the planet going extinct.
People got it fucked up.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. That's where I wanted to go with this episode, because it just keeps coming up and it keeps coming up. And now it's kind of like a personal issue to me, because apparently I am the most human centric, narcissistic asshole
Damn you,
and
Yona.
irresponsible, because I've chosen to bring children into this world. Little
Yeah.
little miniature
How
humans,
dare you?
not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. I've raised six. Now seventh to raise soon. Oh dear. Oh, what a moral quandary am I in? Because, given that humanity itself is the cancer of planet Earth, and clearly there are already too many humans on Earth, and clearly the single most irresponsible thing any human being can do that hates nature and all of life is to have human children of their own. What shall I do? What shall I do?
Whatever shall you do?
I need help.
Clearly.
I wear condoms when I've got my two masks and my earmuffs and my mankini on,
Oh my
but I
God.
always remove them before sex. I think I've got it all backwards.
How selfish of you. God damn it.
Is that how that works?
I'm not sure how it
I've
works
got,
well. I
I,
just
I'm doing it completely wrong, Lucky. I've got the whole condom use completely ass backwards. But at least I know when I'm driving down the turnpike and somebody cuts me off, there's a little bit of pre-cum. It's not going to get on my underwear. So,
gross.
because when you die that little death, when someone cuts you off and you think, oh my God, I'm about to go into the Jersey concrete barrier, separate the direction of traffic, and your whole life flashes before your eyes. And
Oh damn.
it's what the French call la petite mort, the little death, and then it's over and you get over to the right lane. You're like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to the gas station and getting off the turnpike. And you have to have a cigarette,
Kind of like an orgasm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, what was that? How can I be other? I gotta go back and see this stuff here.
What? This one?
So how can you be other person is? And if so, which other person you gonna be? Oh yeah. I'm one of the Stone Maui on the Easter Island. Hanging out with the Rapa Nuis.
What are we saying that's
Oh Lord. So when's that comic coming again?
Uh-oh.
I mean, whatever.
I don't know.
Stupidity was limited to rock then. I thought there was always more stupidity on YouTube. I mean, that's the original stupid hole, isn't it?
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I think the weed makes me smarters.
Certainly makes me feel smarters.
Till I try to work my fondle slab, and then I don't fondle and titillate it correctly, and it just doesn't work. Like, I can't hardly answer a phone call. Why can't they have a button on the side you push to answer the phone? I need a rotary flip cell phone. So I can just put my finger in it and pull the rotary dial and make my rotary cell phone calls.
From 1979.
Can't somebody, don't they have a rotary cell phone?
Don't you got a fatter Elvis?
Or at least I guess I'll get me a jitterbug with the big 1-inch number keys.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. I'm going to need one of those soon.
I already have to wear glasses to read.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad. I'm losing my eyesight, my ear sight.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah, and I'm losing my mind too because I don't think ear sight is a thing. But
well, my ear bulbs don't work like they used to.
Hearing.
So I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm going deaf. I figured out the words again.
You and your words.
Well, it's all these languages up in my head, and sometimes I get so high and it just all does not compute. I like put in what I want to say, and I'm waiting for the English to come out, and all I get is like a cursor, and then I get like the rotating marijuana symbol for like
just a little wheel. Yeah. Sometimes it just turns into Batman for a long time.
He said, I thought I was losing my eyesight, but then I drew my eyebrows and everything was fine. I forgot to take a card out and take a picture of it, so we're doing it random right now.
Random.
So this one is our card.
Bitches.
Yeah, it's card time. Ooh.
And it says, be impeccable with your word. Speak to know the truth. And then the back, which I have not read. When you hear an opinion and believe it, you make an agreement and it becomes part of your belief system. The only thing that can break this agreement is to make a new one based on truth. Only the truth has the power to set you free. That's a good one. Ooh, I'm going to read that one more time. When you hear an opinion and believe it, you make an agreement and it becomes part of your belief system. The only thing that can break this agreement is to make a new one based on truth. Only the truth has the power to set you free. And that is from the 4 Agreements cards. That's a good one. That's a
Wow.
really
And
good one.
once again, that is the absolute perfect setup for the only prep work that I did for this. When it
What
hit
is
me, and I'm driving down the road, and I just immediately had to write it down. And
it?
so, um, oh, this will be fun. I wonder if you want to try to read my handwriting because it's, oh my God, my handwriting is terrible.
Because it's, oh my God.
The compliant corpse is just as employed as the fired non compliant.
Yeah.
Choose life.
That's awesome.
You still lose the job when you're dead.
You still lose the job when you're dead.
Or to put it another way,
Can't take it with you when you go.
let's see here. Wow, this is great production here in the Yona studios. Save your life before you save the job that kills you.
Mm-hmm.
Words to live by.
Absolutely.
And this is where we are, folks. This is where we are. We used to complain about people not having common sense. Now it's to the point of people need to have just one micron of fucking sense to, kind of like not just walk straight into the fucking oven, or beg, hey, I want to go right. Like, I need a shower. I stink. No, you don't. You don't want to go right.
Just
Go
a little
left and we'll break
sense.
out tonight. Yeah, well, if we're going to break out tonight, I still want to take a shower first because then we're going to be outdoors for all this time. It's like, you know what? You should go right.
Oh, I didn't know this was on here. There's Leo and I with our hoods on.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Everett. Just for some cuteness.
Wow, Everett was much slimmer back then. Yeah, I said it. I went there.
He's in the packing style. Here's a picture.
Pussy shaming.
He was in the insulation that came. My sister sent us some plants, and that's the insulation that it came with, and it's jean material insulation. And the card actually with it says that you should use it for something else. You should repurpose it. I thought that was so cool.
Let's see.
Cool.
And there's a little Leo.
And smirk.
That's a real picture, guys.
Yeah.
That
so
is me
tiny.
holding Leo for the first time.
Meow. Woof.
Boy.
Wow.
Fucking
Wow. These are
man,
so
today's been fucking rough, man. I was watching like shows today and I'm like watching them going, what the hell, man? Like people really like oh yeah. Here we go.
Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning.
There we go. That makes me feel better.
Yeah. Thank you. Needed that.
Yeah, sometimes I just need a little Leo dance. Like I really do. Like it is it's pretty insane.
So I wonder. Ooh, I wonder what this is about. I found my writing documents folder here, and there's some of these files in this folder are like 19 something, and that's just so weird because it's like 2021 about to be 2022, and I have files in this freaking file that are from like 1998.
Nice.
But this
Where
is
was
like
the
a
Yona's
compact
brain in 1998?
that I mean it was running on Windows 98 and then Windows XP and now it's running on Windows 7.
You know what? I think you have it right here. Phenomenal mysticism. I don't think common sense was ever common.
True that.
There's uncommon
Bam.
sense. Oh my God.
What do you call it? It was Jesus Beach.
Yes, Bella is very poetic today. What are you looking at? What's the matter for you? Hmm? Oh yeah. So, what is our? What do you want to talk about today?
What do you want to talk about?
All right. I'm trying to pull up this. I got these stories I'm going to share with you from the field. And, I had written a short story. And I'm just trying. Ah, there it is. I just found
Can you
it.
get bonkers his food?
I just found it. Doc file. What's that?
What are you coloring on my?
Paper.
Oh, because that's an old Windows doc file. Because that's, yeah. Oh, wow. This is really old. And it's kind of hard to read. I have to zoom it in here. View. Zoom. How about custom zoom to 420?
He went
All
to the
right.
doorway.
So here we are. This is some adventures from the days of country land surveyor Yona. Strap in, folks. This is quite a tale. I've mentioned him before. A big guy named Omer Cook, where I had to face off with firearms in the field. Because it's like, what do you do when someone pulls a gun on you? Well, funny you would say that. Being a land surveyor in the middle of fucking nowhere, working on hostile boundary disputes where both families are shooting at each other like Hatfields and McCoys, and you walk in the middle of it. Yeah, you get into a lot of gunplay over and over and over again, year after year after year after year after year. Surveyed for over 35 years, have recorded and published over 8,000 plats in the deed books. And so, got a lot of work out there. Very prolific. I have literally left my mark all across central Kentucky, laying out subdivisions and roads and improvements. And, what I thought was, it's been a long process, slowly deconstructing and extracting myself from one level of indoctrination after another, after being born into Roman Catholic Church and civil engineering and Democratic Party conventions and all this bullshit. So without further ado,
Fucking love it.
I present to you The Jesus Beach and the Devil's Hand, the 36th reading of the Bible, a short story by the Yona. I'd like to pen another true story of the Kentucky woods and dedicate this to some old friends of mine back at Post 49 of the American Legion in Lebanon, Kentucky. Billy Batcher, J.T. Whitlock, and so many others. Thank you again for your service to God and country, gentlemen. The Jesus Beach and the Devil's Hand, the 36th reading of the Bible. Part 1, Unspoiled Eden. So it all began between what is known as the Jump Lick and Putman's Orchard Knob, in a vast wilderness area, central Kentucky, that can be found on the map between Teaneck and Riley and Bradfordsville in Marion County. Just before Christmas, some 20 years ago, I first went up through Bradfordsville and across the mouth of Turkey Pen Holler, and then turned up the former Springer's Branch, now called Wheeler's Branch, crossing through Virgil Whitehouse's corn in the bottoms there of the North Rolling Fork, just below the mouth of Joner Mountain. And I was dispatched there too by the office of the surveyor of Marion County as the deputy surveyor in order to investigate an alleged trespass and ongoing timber theft and environmental destruction on behalf of some of our out-of-towners who had bought several tracts of land up that long, straight holler. So after making my way just above the main fork of the holler, where there at the fork of the
Can you-
creek, there stood a massive, massive hollow beech tree. I encountered the chain sawyers laboring and sweating despite the cold. I mean, this was December, literally almost 20 years ago to the day, about 19 years ago. So despite the cold, they're out here just cutting the hell out of it. They got the skidders making roads and, leaving laps, and they've already made a log yard and dug a pit so that the log trucks can back in and the forklifts can load the trunks, and then they're just leaving massive piles of tree laps everywhere. I don't know if I'm just describing what's a typical logging scene, but what was happening there, because not all loggers use the same techniques. There's arguments to be made about logging in general, but some are absolutely worse than others. So despite the cold and given the tree laps and the deep skidder ruts, I could drive no further up the holler, and so I set out on foot with my long knife in hand, my 39-inch long machete, and I walked for several hours in full camouflage, wearing my old Army issue. We call it battle dress uniform in the United States, BDUs. Inspecting what I could, I finally reached the top of the Peanut Knob, where Dr. Putman at one time had grown a large orchard of fruit trees.
Is that the cat?
And where an incredible panoramic view fell before my eyes, standing upon a 400-foot tall knob, as all the land north of there is much lower and just softly rolling bluegrass hills across the former Lebanon branch of the L&N Railroad. So as I returned by way of Turkey Pen Holler, taking in views of the Pope's Creek bottoms, I then climbed across the ridge that divides the Turkey Pen Creek from Wheeler's Branch, riding down behind one of the client's cabins, the Christopher cabin, and I made my way back to the survey truck, absolutely marveling at God's beautiful creation. I mean, it's just complete wilderness, unspoiled pretty much. And it's covered over with massive hardwood timber stands and replete with an abundance of wildlife and medicine and beds of ginseng everywhere. Man, it was nearly an unspoiled Eden. It never would, never will look the same, as the devil's hand would go on to gut and lay absolute waste to such a miracle of God's work. And as the work began on what would be the single largest and most comprehensive colonial land grant patent survey retracements I've ever performed in my life. Now, this is not cheering me up at all. Sorry. Part 2, the 36th reading of the Bible. Yeah, this asshole. Anyways, upon my second trip back up the holler, I got to stare into the eyes of what I would come to know as the devil himself on earth. Not to call him out by his name, but his name is Homer Cook. When I reached the fork of the holler, that second trip, there he was, standing beside that lone, towering beech tree, now all alone. And we made our introduction. Omer would go on to tell me of his undying faith and honesty, and his indescribable love of Jesus. And of course, he said, and I quote directly, word for word here, "Well, I've read the good book 35 times, and I'm now on my 36th reading of the Bible." And he said it more than once. Lots of repeat lines with this guy. There at the small piece of flat land on the right side of the fork of the creek, just beside the tall, gray-trunked beech tree, he had begun a second log yard to pull his logs for export to the nearest sawmill for cash, sold by the board foot. Little did I know that my first impression would prove to be so wrong, as I truly took him at his word and thought him to be a man of God and not capable of such gross theft and environmental destruction that I would have come to observe over the next 2 to 3 years that this retracement survey would consume of my life. Nevertheless, I then learned all of the ridges, all of the creeks, and the numerous ways of ingress and egress into and out of the area. We're talking an area of about 6,600 square acres, or about 10 square miles. Massive survey. Most land surveyors never survey any area that large ever. I mean, it's just almost an unthinkable thing to survey that large of an area and put that many different landowners and pieces of land all to jigsaw together. Massive project. So, nevertheless, I then learned all the ridges and creeks and numerous ways of ingress and egress, whether into Follow-Wells Creek, Pope's Creek, Turkey Pen, Holler, Rocky Branch. The proverbial forbidden fruit was being picked from Eden right before mine eyes. Part 3, the Jesus Beach. It was when I ventured up the holler the third time to the fork of the creek that the horror story begins. The only tree left standing within at least 3 furlongs, that's about a third of a mile, in all directions. The only tree was that hollow beach. And it used to be all old growth timber, all canopy. And I exclaimed, Jesus.
You couldn't hear me.
I exclaimed, Jesus.
I muted, sorry.
What has this monster done? And so it being the only tree left standing, because it wasn't cut because it was hollow, so it had no value for the trunk. And so I painted a large cross on the trunk and spray painted the letters Jesus below the fluorescent pink glow cross on the solid side of the trunk, facing the fork of the creek, where it was still standing the last time I saw it, about 7 years ago. It is hard to describe what a complete difference in the change of scenery there. The clear-cut, striped with skidder roads up and down the slopes, running parallel to each other and spaced about 2 furlongs apart, a quarter-mile spacing, had beneath what was once towering stands of mainly white oak, chestnut oak, red oak, and cherry, to an absolute wasteland. It looked like a bombing range. One would think an airstrip was being built, or maybe a Walmart. I can only compare it to parts of Laos where the Ho Chi Minh Trail was carpet bombed like the Plain of Jars. To this day, I've never seen such destruction, other than the mountaintop removal coal pits up here in central Appalachia. Still shaking my head to this day. And all I can say, even now, is Jesus Christ Almighty. Wow.
Super fucking sad.
I'd like, it's been over 20 years and I'm just right back there, like just silently just crying. Staying at the fucking tree, man. This is definitely cheering me up. Let's keep going. Oh my God. Do you like my short story so far?
Give me some feedback. That's fucking
all right. Okay. Part 4, the bully and the bullshit. As I began to piece together the property title histories, in order to determine the junior or senior rights to the alleged overlapping claims to the lands in question, I had constant and nagging suspicion that the lines and corners relevant to this zone of destruction had actually never, ever been surveyed at any time, except for perhaps the initial patent surveys and subsequent colonial land grants thereafter, which were sealed with red wax with a ring pressed into it and kept at the Colonial Land Records Office in the British colony of Virginia.
Just saw that on a
Because,
movie
we're talking
the other day.
we're talking surveys that go back to 1768, 1769, 1770. Reminder, United States doesn't declare independence until 1776. So anyways, this is really old colonial land grant retracement. I've actually retraced the actual footsteps of Deputy Surveyor of Fayette County and my great uncle by blood, Daniel Boone. And I've retraced the footsteps of George Washington on 2 surveys
Fucking
here in
wild.
West Virginia. So this is what we're talking about.
His
now.
grandfather twice removed. His fucking Daniel Boone. What the fuck?
Great uncle.
That's wild.
Oh no, you're talking about the other guy. The one we were talking about
That's
last night.
wild.
So I believe that the lines and the corners relevant to the zone of desecration had never been surveyed except for perhaps the initial patent surveys, which were at least over 150 years gone by that point. Therefore, there's no way any evidence of the original surveys done in the 1700s and early 1800s, there's no way any of that evidence would still be there in my mind. There's no way. Especially with this guy cutting every fucking tree that stands. So only twice in my life would I ever have to confront my dad, the county surveyor, with my long knife blade drawn when I was sure we were going to come to blows, as we say in today's parlance, throw hands.
Yeah.
What?
Only once.
The first time was at an old store called the Whistling Pig, long ago tore down. That's another story. I actually wrote it down one day. That was a crazy day. But anyways, the second and last time was a result of my constant irritating hunch that despite the missing Marion County land records due to John Hunt Morgan's raiders torching the first 30 some odd years of land records during the American Civil War, that they were not in fact lost to time, but could be retrieved. Because my granddad Probus, the previous Marion County surveyor, had taught me on the Netherlands survey across from the Woodland Inn, now Cut Rate Liquors on Route 68 Campbellsville Highway, way back in 1981, that the original surveys were underneath the Kentucky governor's office in our state capitol building up in Frankfort. So, because at this point, in 2001, in my father's practice, when we would do land title research on a piece of land, we would only go back 30 or 40 years, and that was good enough. We didn't try to find out who's on the land all the way back to the point it was stolen from Indians. So that's what we're talking about here, or in the parlance of property title, complete chain of title history, the full fee simple. So in our state capitol building up in Frankfort. So I had finally reached the point of desperation and informed my boss and master, and coincidentally, my dear old dad, that I had decided to drive to Franklin County to Frankfort to act upon my conscience. He responded by saying I'd completely lost my mind and that it would be a total waste of time and money and forbid me to go. He said, what's the point of getting 200-year-old survey records for surveys you can't find any monuments for, that nobody used and that aren't even referenced, and we can't even find the deeds that connect back to them because they were burned in the courthouse fire. It's a total waste. And I pulled out my machete and, okay, skipping over the bad parts, he just like stepped out of the way. He was like, fuck it then. Whatever. So, you know, with a machete in my hand, I get in the truck, throw the machete in the floorboard, and I drive to the Capitol to get records. To flip through 200-year-old books and read cursive. It was nothing like a January 6th insurrection. No, I'm down here reading 200-year-old cursive.
Yeah, that's totally different than like this modern cursive.
And being careful not to break the red wax on the seals on the old parchment paper. Like, this is welcome to Yona's world. Okay. So let's
Yo,
back
that
to the
is
story.
anticlimactic as fuck, man. Come on.
But I got the data.
Goes on the floorboard. What the hell? Like,
What is
You
going
don't
on in this
understand. I got my calls. I got my data. I got those delicious calls from the original surveys. I got the original survey notes. I got the original survey calculations and all the field crew and who was there and all these raging clues. Oh my God. So
he was going to finish that Scooby mystery if it killed him.
I'm telling, and I did. So finishing up part 4, he responded by saying, I'd lost my mind. And so after several minutes of yelling and then him standing in the door of our brown office trailer on McRoy Pike, we then pushed each other and I withdrew old Bessie out of the scabbard. To this day, my best friend besides Jesus, but you'd probably call it a machete. Well, he then moved out of my way and I sped off to the Kentucky River Gorge in search of history, all the way up the Bluegrass Parkway. And Dad's words echoed, you can't seriously believe that bullshit. Granddad's just wrong. Because, you know, I learned from my granddad and then I learned from my dad. My granddad was a colonial surveyor, did colonial surveying throughout his career. My dad instead was trained in engineering and received his Master of Science in Engineering from Stanford University. So he had a different background, you know. So Stanford engineer, the other one's colonial land surveyor. Stanford engineer's like, listen, you know, you might know about this stuff, but I know about numbers. And so it was kind of an ego problem between my granddad, which was my mom's dad, versus, because that's his, you know, father-in-law versus dad, right? So there's that. You know, that's his father-in-law that's like just this hick country surveyor, whereas he's the Stanford engineer professor.
Right.
Yeah, it's an ego thing, man.
A lot of ego going on.
But granddad's like, listen, when it comes to colonial land surveying, we live in a colonial land grant state. And if you want to properly do a colonial survey, you have to go back to the colonial land grants. That's how it's done. But granddad was an original county surveyor with the Jacob staff compass and a chain that's 66 feet long, you know, with 100 links, 25 links per pole, and 16 and a half feet pole. Anyways, you know, 10 square chains is an acre. You can do it all in your head. You don't need a calculator. And that's how I learned surveying, you know, doing it in your head, square roots in your head. And now, then as life went on, Dad brought in all the computing with the Osborne 1 and the Apple IIe and Commodore 64, and then the IBMs, and then the 286 and the 386 and the 486 and the Pentium and blah, blah, blah. So I've grown up with computing, but I still do surveying in my head because, you know, brain stuff. So Dad's words echoed, you can't seriously believe that bullshit. Referring to the lesson I learned from Granddad back in 81, because that was a colonial land grant patent line retracement. What is a patent line? It's the first line that's ever drawn across the land. Therefore, all the other lines must measure to the first line that was measured because it's the first fucking line that was measured. Right? That's how that works. Anyways, there's an order there's method to the madness. Nevertheless, I made it to Kentucky's Capitol in record time. Signed in with the state trooper at the Capitol steps. And I found the land grant records research vault in the second lower basement there with the office of the Secretary of State, and was helped tremendously by a true living angel, Candy Atkinson. Oh, Candy remembers Daniel Anselmo, aka the Yona. How do you forget the Yona? How do you forget Anselmo? Any which way you know me. Yeah. Who managed these state records? She would go on to scan these documents and later make them available for download online. Oh, thank you, Candy.
Handy.
Save me the drive all the way there and back. And the very pages which begin our white history in this Cherokee land. It began with the William Hayes Grant and the John P. Reed 275 and 675 and so on and on. I had struck gold. I found all of the records and way more than I had ever even imagined. Granddad C.M. Probus, LS 727, was right. And Dad, Sam Anselmo, LS 2688, was wrong in this particular instance. So much for the bullshit. Part 5, 3 troopers in the deed room. 3 state troopers in the deed room. We then began to methodically retrace and remonument all of the original grant lines across the holler. I kind of skipped over the part where Dad ate crow and was like, "Oh my God, son, you're a fucking genius."
Yeah.
Why did he say that? Because when I got the state records, which are the state land records, when it was originally surveyed by George Washington or Daniel Boone or who the fuck ever, for the very, very first survey claiming land in this new Indian territory, I then was able to pick up in Washington County Courthouse, because Marion County was originally part of Washington County. Washington County was originally part of Nelson County. Nelson County was originally part of Jefferson County. Jefferson County was originally part of Kentucky County, which was one county that was part of Fincastle County, was part of Virginia. As you go back through time, that's where you got to go to find the records, right? Because as you come forward through time, counties get smaller and smaller and smaller as they're formed out of other counties in terms of finding the land records, you see, right? So knowing the initial surveys and who it was initially given to and what county it was at that time, I then drive to Bardstown, Kentucky and Springfield, Kentucky. Again, unbeknownst to the old man. And I'm able to reconstruct the property title all the way up to 1863 when the courthouse was burned. I mean, all the way up to 1834 when Marion County was separated, and it was the southern half of Washington County. And so now all of a sudden I've got land records from 1778 all the way to 1834, along with records from 1863 to 2002, which is when this project was. And so now I'm only dealing with barely a 25-year gap in the title, and you can imagine with most of the landowners in this rural area, the ownership remained the same over this gap of 28 years of missing records. And in so doing, I then was able to have complete chain of title. Then and only then did I present it to my dad and say, "Oh, by the way, you said it was total bullshit to go back 240 years to the original land grants, but I did it anyways." And then I went to Bardstown and Springfield, and I got all the land records, and now I have the full, complete chain of title for every single parcel in these 3 different hollers covering 10 square miles. And his jaw hit the fucking floor and said, "You're a goddamn genius." Okay, back to where we were saying. All right. Just to explain that. So that's why we then agreed and began, hey, I guess we're going to retrace these land grants from 240 years ago now, as a county surveyor, which is what a county surveyor is supposed to do in a colonial land system. So we then began to methodically retrace and remonument all of the originally established grant lines across the holler from the 18th and 19th centuries. As slope after slope was being quickly scalped clean, and with each gully wash and rain, the main creek began to fill up its 10-foot high banks with massive topsoil
Papa doesn't
erosion
have anything for
until
you.
at least the entire old channel of the creek was filled up, and the creek began to jump across the bottom, cutting new channels with each passing storm. It was the worst environmental destruction I've ever seen. By that point, I believe 5 different log yards had been leveled out, utilized, and then emptied as the unbridled evil coursed towards White House's cornfields out the mouth of the holler. The devil began to bully my crew and I, and had several chain carriers quit on the survey because we were being shot at regularly and receiving death threats. One day, when the county surveyor, my dad, was in the deed room in the courthouse, the devil himself appeared and assaulted dear old dad, requiring 3 state troopers to subdue the massive hulk, who resembled a modern-day Paul Bunyan, and was, actually. I believe already in his late 60s at that time. And after emptying out all of their mace upon the maniacal monster, he was escorted out only to be taken to the hospital and never even booked into the jail. Later, after we pressed charges, the Commonwealth attorney, Tim Kokenauer, fuck you sauce.
Fuck you sauce.
He would go on to quietly drop our case without informing us or consulting us, again in violation of law, because, you know,
Oy.
I'm sure out of fear for his own life, you know, up there at his home in, as we would say, Washington County. We would say Washington. We would say Washington.
Washington.
Washington, like Washington, D.C.
Washing her hands.
Like wash your clothes, wash your hands, wash your clothes, wash your hands. You go to Washington City to see the president speak. He's up there in Washington City.
Get up there.
All right. So at home in Washington County. So needless to say, he threatened me in my face repeatedly out in the holler with no witnesses or police to come to my aid, but with my knife always at my side. And that old devil quickly found out that I was just as fucking crazy as he was and totally unfazed by his threats and not the least bit intimidated by the constant gunfire, as I had already served as a soldier in the United States Army. Yawn.
Right.
Yawn. So in order to complete the chainings and the GPS observations and the monument data, I would go on to conduct most of my final work there under complete cover of night.
Wow.
Again, an innovation. I don't know any land surveyors that would survey in the woods, in the dark, in the middle of the night. But you got to do what you got to do to get the data. And I got my fucking data. Because they did not want me to get that data. And I got my fucking data. And
That's hardcore doing it all at night.
yeah. Lots of flashlights.
Yeah. What's in those woods at night too?
Oh shit, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's bears and cougars and fucking all
Crazy
kinds of
Yonas with machetes. That's what.
Crazy Yonas
Clearing out the line for a shot. So I would go on to conduct most of my field work at night. And then I would go and tell the town folks down in Bradfordsville where we took dinner. For those of you that don't know, dinner is lunch, supper is dinner. But we're in Appalachia, so dinner is lunch. There is no lunch. There's breakfast, dinner, and supper. And dinner is at 12 noon. So anyhow, down in Bradfordsville where we took our dinner at Sam's, and I told lies. Oh, we're going up Turkey Pen Holler this afternoon, only to go up Folwell Holler and then cut behind Hargis. And then I had to keep them guessing in order to finish what I had started, because wherever I'd tell them we were surveying, when I go out there after lunch, they're already waiting for me over there. So I began to feed them, deliberately bogus information so that I could go out there and get my measurements.
So much politics involved in surveying. Holy shit, man.
Because this guy, he puts the heat on the Commonwealth attorney. He puts the heat on the state police won't touch him. Commonwealth attorney won't touch him. The judges won't touch him. Fuck. And yet, here's fucking crazy Zelmo. It's like, fuck it. And here is the last part. and there's just 2 paragraphs left. Part 6, Stones and Refuges. Well, the case finally went to court, and despite the local corruption and the incompetence of the judge, the survey was ultimately reviewed by the Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Chief Joseph Lambert presiding, where our legal research, survey method, and rules of evidentiary adjudication were affirmed by the Superior Court, confirming the appellate decision, which had overturned the crooked initial ruling in the Lebanon courthouse. And to this day, it can be read in full and reviewed online. It is the only survey where I set cornerstones that I masoned with square pillars. My legal name is Daniel Anselmo, LS 3753. You will note the Supreme Court of Kentucky citing me. And so I set the cornerstones next to the pins, buried them 2/3 deep beside the state required rebar pins and caps to remonument the original land grant corners. Sadly, after leaving a tape-recorded phone message instructing us to remove all of the survey pins and stones, or else they would remove them, the devil and his minions did in fact remove all of the stones and pins, piling them up at the mouth of the holler in blatant violation of the law, despite even Moses in that good book admonishing the Israelites to disturbeth not the landmarks which the ancients have placed long ago. Right? So to paraphrase as best I remember that biblical verse, we then documented and photographed the holes where the stones had been laboriously handcrafted and placed with laser transit and prism pole, as well as all the small pinholes where the 1/2-inch steel rebars and caps have been pulled out of the ground. We then reset them all over again. And incredibly, the devil himself would get the county and the Commonwealth of Kentucky to then pay him for all of this disastrous hell he left behind, where once had been an Eden and is now a Commonwealth of Kentucky wildlife preserve forever.
Wow.
Because I won my case and my survey line stuck, and they put a wildlife preserve boundary all the way around
That's
my
awesome.
survey lines.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Like, fuck you, leave them in the
Now it's fucked up, but maybe in 100 years it'll finally be fucking recuperated.
It's,
it's a happy ending. Yay!
yeah.
Yay!
That was way happier than the beginning.
Okay. All right. I'm going to leave it at that. There's more, but yeah. I mean more other short stories, but yeah.
That's well done, man. The effort, the story, the actual fucking, 3 years of your life, all of that, fucking well done, dude.
3 years.
Of course, I added in some extra footnotes there, but that was like when I decided I wanted to write a book, and I pitched it to one of the publishers with the Jesse Stewart Foundation, because I live right next to Jesse Stewart here in Greenup County. Well, the late Jesse Stewart, famous Kentucky author, and there's the Jesse Stewart Foundation, and they publish local authors. And I went over there and I was like, "Yeah, I got a whole bunch of poems and stuff I put together, and I already have a book of poems that you can buy on Amazon, and I tried that, and I was like, but I'd rather work with the local publisher." And he's like, "Oh, it's just poems? You don't have any short stories or anything?" I was like, "No, but well, actually, yeah, I do. Well, let me read some short stories." So I go back home, and I sat down. I wrote that one night, and then I wrote 2 others the next night, and then I go back the 3 days later. I'm like, See, I got short stories too. Oh, well, these short stories are good. Now, if you had maybe about 100 or 150 of those, we could I'm like, oh man, I can't do. I was like, man, It's all I could do to write 3 fucking short stories, man. It's not fun if it's not fun, and it's not fun.
Right.
Poems are fun. This is like fucking work.
Poems are fun because they're like bubble gum.
Yeah.
You know, you can bang them out and it's fun.
Wait, what do you do with bubblegum that you're banging?
Yeah, well, I don't know. You chew it up,
Ugh.
spit it out. Chew it up, spit it out. Bubble gum.
Can't do that, Charlie.
You can't do that with books.
Happily married.
You can't do that with novels. I can't. Look, Stephen King can apparently. He could just chew up a bunch of words and spit them out into a book, and it'll be Dolores Claiborne, and it'll sell fucking bazillion.
Rickrolled Yona, what? Oz. What's this? Oh, I'm not even paying attention. I was all up here reading this short story.
Speaking of Dolores Claiborne, we used to call my friend's mom growing up. We used to call her Dolores Claiborne because her first name was Dolores.
Oh my god.
We used to be like Dolores Claiborne.
You know, Stephen King is all vaxxed out on that shit too, right?
Yeah.
It's really, yeah. Yeah. I don't even know like how many of these that are doing this and saying this are just actually in the 40% group, but they're taking a check. And so like they're not really that hypnotized. They're just like, you know, looking out for self and career.
Yeah.
Versus,
I think
you know,
a lot of it is that.
Because I feel like a lot more of the people that are actually profiting and grifting off the highly hypnotized are not really that fucking hypnotized and into it themselves.
Right.
And so it's more of a gaslighting thing than I totally believe this bullshit I'm hyping myself. You know,
I think
instead
there's
it's like,
probably 80%
listen,
gaslight
yeah,
situation.
it's like, listen, the checks are
situations.
clearing the bank, so I don't care if I sound fucking mean. I'm running with it. Because, you know, it pays good. Now, how do you explain Stephen Colbert?
Oh,
Typing stuff is for boomers.
these motherfuckers.
Or even like Jon Stewart, when I watched the first iteration of his show, and his first thing is, you know, what's more Nazi than Nazi, and people that won't go along with mandates are Nazis. And that's when I'm like, okay, this shit with calling everything and everybody a Nazi has gone way too fucking far.
Way
and now it's lost all meaning.
I was called a Nazi. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I am like, oh my god, really? I've been called all sorts of things.
Oz Whistles, that survey was the largest, most comprehensive survey I've ever done in my life. It took over 3 years just to write the deeds. I'm just talking about the handwritten deeds, you know, where a certain tractor parcel of land situated upon the waters of the Rolling Fork of the Salt River in the county of Marion in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and being a part of the 1,000-acre Ben Swan IGE grant and Grant Book 1/1 patent survey dated 1774, and more particularly bound and described as follows, beginning at a cornerstone, chiseled with an X set by a rebar pin, blah, 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 to the point beginning containing 100 acres. Blah. And that's a deed, right? An actual deed description written out that you'll find in the courthouse. And so just writing the deeds for that project alone took 2.5 fucking weeks. Normally writing the deed takes 30 minutes, you know, even if it's a big tract. You know. But that was just fucking brutal. But the deeds took longer to read too because they were patent retracement deeds, and so I kept calling out to all these references in the survey. So that's why it won in the Supreme Court, because in the local court it was all ad hominem attacks against me, ad hominem attacks against our method, ad hominem attacks mainly just against us, you know, and attacking.
Those are the favorite kind of attacks.
And saying that, you know, other surveyors would interpret it differently, and we just didn't do it right, and blah, 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 blah. But what happened was when it got to the appellate court, the Supreme Court, they like realized, wait a second, this is not the Anselmo survey. These are not lines that Yona established with this survey.
Gridlock.
Instead, the Yona went back and got the original 240-year-old fucking patent survey, matched it up over a 10 square mile area, and then reestablished and walked in the footsteps of the original surveyor and simply remonumented the original existing line that was established by the Commonwealth of Kentucky, which takes precedence over all county courts. And that's why I won.
That's why everybody was pissed.
Yeah, because I realized I do this and I go over their fucking heads.
Yeah.
Because then it's Commonwealth records and state records, and then state law applies, and then the county records and the county courts have no say-so. Because they didn't create that line. These lines were not created in the local courthouse. These lines were created in the Capitol when the land was first given title to the first settler by the Capitol building itself. That's what a land grant is. And that's how a lot of universities and colleges were established, as land grant institutions.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just basic land history. Land survey.
That's pretty amazing shit, though, that those lines are already there fucking hundreds of years in advance, and you just like reestablish them.
Right. And the oldest line, the older the line, the more it takes precedence.
Right.
And then whenever you have overlaps, the older line takes seniority over the more recent line, because you can't sell the same land twice. Whoever the land was sold to first gets it.
Let's just see your butt.
Whoever comes in later on and tries to claim part of it, sorry, bruh, it's already been sold. Yep, Sexton.
Trippy.
Yeah. Dude, I can still to this day, just going by my paces, I can count my paces and just pace it off by foot, put wire flags in the ground, and now bring out your GPS and your laser EDM transit and measure my fucking flags, and I guarantee you I'll be within about 10 square feet of a perfect fucking acre.
That's pretty amazing.
I mean, my pacing to the 100 feet is within just a few inches, but I have a regular, stride. Everyone
you're a good person to have with you when you need to like verify size of space. Like, what do you reckon this is?
I mean, my oldest collection hobby was collecting maps and memorizing maps, because I have like a photographic memory. I see the map and then I just close my eyes and it's there forever. And so,
wow,
I mean, I've never been lost. I've never, ever, ever, ever been lost.
Yeah, that's impressive to be walking through wilderness.
You can't get me lost.
Maintaining.
I mean, even when we're in Europe, no matter where you can't get me lost.
Did you see this?
Yona's like the
Peter Stuyvesant. Oh yeah. Bought Manhattan Island for $5. That's where they get the neighborhood Bedford Stuyvesant, or what you hear called Bed-Stuy.
Yeah.
That's where that comes from, Peter Stuyvesant. Past the Duchy on the left-hand side. New Amsterdam.
The compass always points to Terrapin, man.
Manhattan, New York City, was originally called New Amsterdam, friends.
Yeah.
Dutch colony. Henry Hudson. Tappan Zee is Dutch. You ever heard of the Tappan Zee Bridge?
I've been over it a few times.
Tappan Zee, that's Dutch. Right? But that's something that's a place name you'd expect to see on the map next to a Amsterdam coffee shop, Tappan Zee Street. Yeah. Did I say it right? Yeah, Tappan Zee. Which means tap and see. Z-E-E means sea in English. Like Nordsee, N-O-R-D-Z-E-E. Nordsee is the North Sea, right?
Right.
Tappan Zee is the Tappan Sea. Isn't that where they have the Indian Point nuclear power plant on the Hudson River? up close to the Tappan Zee Bridge, the Indian Point nuclear power plant, that they thought, hey,
Yeah.
why don't we build a nuclear power plant right next to New York City?
Say, hey, I got
Great
an idea.
Fucking great idea. Right on the Hudson.
Yep.
Right on the Hudson.
They did
What
the
could
same thing here in
possibly go
Connecticut.
wrong?
They did the same thing next to Long Island. They're like, oh, let's just throw up a couple right here. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Do you know
like
how
the
nuclear
nice area of
It'll
the
just,
state has the freaking
the
power
rich people
plant.
will die.
Do you know how nuclear power plants produce electricity? Are you aware of the process? I mean, see, nuclear power plants are a historical result of the Atoms for Peace program rolled out in the 1950s as a way to justify the American nuclear weapons program. Because, spoiler alert, to make nuclear weapons, you need plutonium.
Yeah, I need plutonium.
Plutonium is kind of hard to come by unless you like to have nuclear reaction.
Unless you got a nuclear reactor.
Now, technically, they would consider, plutonium and MOX fuel to be nuclear waste, but it's a requirement for nuclear weaponry, you see. But anyhow, back to how
that's just a funny coincidence.
General Electric makes the boiling water nuclear reactor. Wait, what's a boiling water nuclear reactor, you might ask? Okay, all right. So you take uranium fuel rods, right? And you submerge them into a chamber that has water in it, right? And when you're ready for the nuclear reaction to start, so you can make that yummy, delicious weapons grade plutonium from your nuclear reaction. But hey, wink, wink, wink. We're making electricity for the piss ants. So it's a peaceful application here.
It's peaceful
Nothing to do with killing
application.
people. And so with the heat generated from the nuclear reaction that's making all this highly toxic plutonium, the heat causes the water to boil. And so they pipe the boiled radioactive steam into a spigot that blows against a big turbine. Think like a water wheel on a bucolic Connecticut river, a pretty little water wheel at an old grist mill. But instead of, a beautiful little moss covered water wheel with a waterfall falling over it, it's being blasted with radioactive plutonium steam. But anyhow, the radioactive steam blows against the turbine, which rotates the big wooden wheel at your old mill that then is inside a dynamo that then generates electricity. So you're making fucking plutonium to boil fucking water to make steam and convert steam into electricity. Thank you, plutonium reaction. That's because we know at that point in 1950 America, there's no other way to produce steam.
Yeah, there's no other way. What are you going to do?
There's no other way to produce steam other than producing plutonium at the same time. Change my mind.
I mean, you could do it with a fire, I guess, but why waste time when you could make plutonium?
And so then the false argument is made. Well, coal is dirtier than nuclear, and nuclear, you don't have to have coal. And it's like, okay, all right. When FDR was busily saving capitalism, one of the alphabet soup legislations is TVA, which stands for the Tennessee Valley Authority Rural Electrification. They went all across the Cherokee heartland and dammed the rivers all over the place, flooding our sacred lands, flooding our cemeteries, further displacing us. Dams up and down the Tennessee, dams up and down the Holston, dams up and down the Cumberland, dams all over the fucking place to build all this hydropower so that, outside of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, outside of Paducah, Kentucky, they can do their, gaseous diffusion and do all their nuclear shit and, total top secret stuff, but which gobbles up loads and loads and loads and loads of gigawatts, Marty. So, for example, there's only one gaseous diffusion plant left that I know of which would be Paducah, which I'm not sure what status is, and this is all super classified and not supposed to talk about it. So, anyways, I'm going to keep talking about it. So, in order to have the fuel rods to use in these power plants at the Nukies, you got to have enriched Nuki sticks. And to make the enriched Nuki sticks, one of the processes of enriching your Nuki fuel sticks is called gaseous diffusion, which requires ass loads of fucking electricity. There are 4
gigawatts, Marty.
4 highly dirty coal power plants right on the Ohio River, fed by coal barges, working night and day to produce the uranium fuel rods that every single nuclear power plant fucking uses. There is no way to have nuclear power without all the fucking coal plants making the fucking nuclear fuel rods. So fuck you and your argument saying coal versus nuclear. You can't have nuclear without the coal. So
Yeah, one
try
without.
again.
They are
Keep wrong
mutually
answer.
exclusive.
It sucks when you have facts, and truth on your side, but whatever.
Damn it, with your facts about things that are real.
So I'm not endorsing nuclear or coal. No.
Nice.
What I'm saying is you can't have the nuclear without the fucking coal. It's not an either or.
Yeah.
I'm not endorsing either energy mode.
It's not like
That's a whole nother conversation.
it's not like
That's
military
not the point being
intelligence.
sought here.
The terms are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, geothermal, wind, solar. There are a number of other energy modes and other things. Depends on what part of the country you're in, what part of the planet you're in, microclimates, elevations, prevailing
There's certainly
jet
lots
streams.
of
There's
alternative
all
things
kinds of things to factor
that are
in
not
the
being
energy.
used.
But the real issue is not because people get lost in, well, how do we reform the medical system? How do we get the trust back? How do we reform the government? Do we just vote all the incumbents out? And well, Yona, well, what's your answer, Yona? Well, how do we reform this? Well, how do we reform that? And it's like, okay, all right. First of all, we live within the context of a mining empire of death. Okay, capitalism is a system of death within this empire of death. That's what makes it an empire of death. Multiple systems of death running in concert that sustain an empire of death. That's why we have sick care if your coverage allows. If not, you have no fucking care. So 2 choices in America, sick care or no fucking care. Both will lead you to death. Or you have living in the woods, growing your own medicine, practicing your own medicine, totally illegal shit. Totally illegal. Mandating experimental, not fully safety tested, totally artificial, non-natural prophylactics and treatments and preventatives. Totally legal. Maybe not fully approved, but whatever. Emergency use authorized.
We'll
whatever.
Talk about it in 75 years.
Marijuana, totally illegal. Freedom of religion, freedom to practice religion. Fuck out of here with that shit. Hospital or no spittle, motherfucker. What? Thank you, Rockefeller. It's all perfectly clear to me now why Rockefeller and Carnegie and all these evil, greedy, fucking pedophile robber baron motherfuckers rebranded themselves as philanthropists and single-handedly organized allopathic medicine and the American hospital system. They also financed state boards and national boards of certification for all medical specialties so that they're now coordinated in concert. They sound like Sinclair Broadcasting Group. They sound like, a clip when they put it on Twitter or wherever, where they're the 6 o'clock news in 35 different markets across the 48 contiguous United States are all saying the exact same words.
This
exact
program
same
brought to
predicate
you
subject,
by
exact same
Pfizer.
everything, to where they can literally queue up. I've heard, you know, the video that this is a danger to our democracy. Well,
The
the
vaccines are
state
safe and
boards,
effective, according to the CDC.
According to
nursing
the
boards,
CDC and
doctor boards, medical boards,
the people.
they're doing the same exact thing now. Anyone, any nurse who speaks ill of the COVID vaccines
Is in for a
will
long, hard
lose their
winter.
license for
Winter is coming.
misinformation and disinformation. We have spoken.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Your freedom, brought to you by Pfizer.
And so,
Making
you
a
know,
difference through nuclear fission
we've gotten
Sure
into
is.
it before,
petrochemicals.
but
You can put
now
a grain of rice in you, just like you do for your dog when they get
I
lost.
got to give credit where credit's due. It was
don't
an
wanna get lost, do you?
OBGYN, that's obstetrics and gynecology, I think.
Obstetrics.
Mhm.
OBGYN, baby doctor for the lay
Baby
person.
doctor.
For the hoi polloi out there, we're talking baby
The
doctor.
vagina.
The vagina specialist.
The
The vagina specialist.
I feel like that's like how Trump would say it.
He would. You know,
Vagina.
Trump says it like that.
Vagina.
He says
Like
it.
he says China.
Well, how's it?
China.
You
How
know
does he say
says it.
uterus? Oh, uterus.
You
huge.
Taurus.
Uterus.
You are a Taurus.
Uterus and vagina.
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 Dangerous.
I would
uterus.
just like saying it like that. It's like vagina.
Vagina.
The same
This
way he
segment
says
also brought
China.
to you by
It's the same thing with China. It
Hey,
comes
this
from
segment brought to you
China.
by vagina in Leo.
wow.
Subsidies by Pfizer.
In his truth
How did that
segment.
happen? Like, when did that happen exactly? I just want to, I don't mean to derail everything here, but the idea that Pfizer has bought and paid for every single fucking news segment that has aired for the last 2 years, 3 years, like right in your face, just like brought to you by Pfizer and brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Moderna and Pfizer and
You
Johnson
know
& Johnson.
what?
And brought
I'm
to
going
you
to
by
say,
Pfizer. What the
I'm going to
fuck?
say back when Bill Clinton deregulated media in 1996.
Is that what it was?
And
Yeah.
then when pharmaceutical companies were allowed to buy advertising spots on all of the major networks during, news broadcast and whenever they had the most viewers.
Yeah.
That
I think it was
immediately
around
created
96.
an incestuous conflict of interest
Right.
between the big pharmaceutical companies now paying all of this ad revenue money in to all of these different broadcast studios to the point that, well, you're not going to bite the hand that feeds.
Right. Yeah, no, I think you are right about the timing of that. Somewhere around
from
96.
96 to today, that's a 25-year time span.
Yeah, they just been
and look
amping
what's
it up
happened in
every
25
year.
years of this. Once it was set into motion, it's just, gathered leaves and sticks like a Yona turd rolling down a Kentucky knob.
Like a giant Yona
Speaking
turd.
of Russia, I really have a question, guys. I really, really do. I want to know if Rachel Maddow's partner whispers Russia and Putin.
She says, "Let me see your vagina."
Those are safe words. Those are safe words.
Those are the safe words. Russia.
Tchaikovsky!
Say
I'm
Ukraine to
choking
me.
on
I
the
really
kickball.
feel like that would be the words that she would be like,
Tell me I'm your babushka.
По-русски. Добро пожаловать. Меня зовут Медведь.
when I was a kid, I used to love saying babushka so much. I would just go around being like, babushka.
It's fun to just do that
And I
even
didn't
as a
know what
grown-up.
it meant.
It's fun to do that at the Walmart when you're standing in line, just shout babushka at everyone. Just for a reaction.
Oh wow, I'm totally going Russian bot. I'm not going to do Kalinka. I draw the line. No
Draw
Kalinka
the
tonight.
line. We have standards.
It's got that
Leo,
Ravel Bolero feel to it, where it just gets faster faster. You know, like the song Bolero.
Oh yeah, I love Bolero.
It just gets faster and faster. Well,
I
like
even have a
Kalinka.
favorite version of that. Yes.
Kalinka's got the same thing going on with it, you know. Kalinka, 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 Svaya, Svakrodaga, Malinka, Malinka, Malinka. Hey, right?
Wait, Oz gave him 6 million for his giant comb shop?
What?
What is
Wow.
happening?
You ever hear the version from the best band in the world you never heard of, Frank Zappa 88
Yeah.
tour, and they do a version of the Bolero that's just like the fucking coolest thing ever, all
Wow.
electric and big French horns and flugel and fucking it's badassery.
You can always tell, like, the rock and roll and, like, heavy metalers that are bringing that classical music influence, like, and it's like whether it's Kirk Hammett or like Randy Rhoads.
Oh, yeah.
Or Dimebag Darrell with all the crazy harmonic equivalents,
and
you know,
arpeggios like
yeah,
like crazy shit.
is that what he was doing? The harmonic equivalents there, Dimebag, that thing that it's a guitar thing. I think
Yeah.
Charlie Brown wants some polka, guys.
Dimebag was pretty badass in
Shredding
a lot of the things he would do. I remember like just sweeping arpeggio things from him that were like he would run up the scale by doing the arpeggio for each note, but it was like a different position each note that he was playing. It was crazy, really fast.
It's pretty cool.
I can't do it.
Dimebag's band that he was in, the lead singer is a distant cousin of mine because my
cool.
dad's family is Anselmo, and the lead singer of Pantera is Phil Anselmo.
Yeah.
And, my name's Daniel Anselmo.
Yeah, I put that together like the first time you said your name. I was like, oh, I know that name. Why do I know that name?
Yeah.
It took a second, but I remembered. Pantera. I flashed back to my 16-year-old self and was like, yeah.
Nope. Stever's back at the cemetery gates again.
Oh, here we go.
Red Road. Is this a conspiracy? I don't know. I'm probably already talking about it.
I was like, I was such a Maidenhead when I was like 15 or 16. The run to the hills.
Oh, wow.
Run for your life.
What about Symphony of Destruction, man?
Symphony for Destruction. See, that came a little bit later, but yeah, I was down for the fucking Megadeth all day.
Yeah. Well, Dave Mustaine's on Master of Puppets and shit,
Yeah.
That's where he comes from.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely well versed. And I didn't get like the Metallica right off the bat. Like I learned it from younger kids than me. I was like, oh, these guys are badass. Holy shit. Okay. Just sounded like noise to me at first, It takes a second. Then it
My two bands when I was growing up, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like the two bands that I was just like fascinated with were both from Australia. And it was the Ferris Brothers with Michael Hutchence, aka INXS.
Yeah.
INXS. And Bon Scott and later Brian Johnson with AC/DC.
I really dug
Love that Aussie rock, man. Oh my god!
I really dug a lot of different things from the Aussie scene. There's so many good ones. The Men at Work.
Yeah.
Business as Usual. Colin. Oh my god, that guy's a fucking monster. He's still awesome.
Well, what's the newer one? Is it Silverchair that was from Australia?
Yeah, I think Silverchair is also from there. But yeah, like I don't know. From when I was very little, I was very eclectic, I guess, because I was like really into the Beach Boys and really into the Doors and really into Jimi Hendrix for a while, and then really into Black Sabbath and like Marty Robbins, like at the same time as really loving Black Sabbath and like all this new metal music I was exposed to. Like at the same time I was listening to Willie Nelson and Merle Haggard and Marty Robbins and like the balladeer, country dudes and stuff, like with the big voices. Like I love that sound.
Ray
Probably why I
Manzarek.
sing the way I sing, because that's what I'm emulating, you know.
I really switched to keyboard because of Ray Manzarek because I was always
Hmm.
mainly into trumpet or singing, and
Yeah,
all of my
super
band
dope fucking
experience
playing.
up
Yeah.
to then was just either singing or playing trumpet or both. And
Hmm.
but I'd always my start was always piano and keyboard. I'd always play piano and keyboard, but I didn't take it out on stage, and so um, I finally started getting into keyboard. And it was Ray Manzarek and listened to the Doors that just like when I went down that hole and I went all Ray Manzarek, there was no turning back.
Yeah. That's just fucking rabbit hole of fucking cool lines, cool progressions.
It's snowing outside here.
Him and Billy Gibbs, the pianist for Leonard Skinner, are like I just can't get
Yeah,
enough.
super good player too.
Like that
You
song
know,
by Leonard Skinner, I Know a Little About Elvis. Oh my
yeah.
God, dude. Oh my God.
Diddle
You know that song.
diddle diddle diddle. The you know who I think is
I
like
know little.
the coolest
Yeah, I know a
incorporation
little about Elvis.
of a trumpet and in a rock band is Cake. You ever see Cake? Their keyboard player
Yeah.
plays trumpet and trombone. Oh my God. Fucking mighty jams, dude. They do some fucking cool ass shit with that.
There was a
Really,
band
really
I played
punchy.
with in Raywick, Kentucky, and this guy like has his own recording studio and everything. And there's one song he wrote named it, or I think he actually the name of the song was his grandmother, and he dedicated it to his grandma. But his grandma's name was Oma, OMA, and so like he was like, I really was hoping to get like a piano part to this or something, and I've kind of got some idea. And he was like, I kind of saw like this melody, and it's like, well, listen to this on the guitar and everything. It's like, yeah, oh, okay, all right. I was like, he's like, well, let's run through the song one time. I was like, well, if we're gonna go ahead and run through the song, you probably want to go ahead and hit record. He's like, well, no, we got to get it figured out first. I was like, trust me,
Right?
whatever I come up with on the first lick is pretty much going to be it. Because I mean, that's just kind of how I vibe. It's like I just kind of I don't know. It's like an improv thing, and then once I've done improv in it, that kind of becomes it.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's how all my favorite keyboard players, horn players, lead guitar players, whenever there's a break, they do a thing, then it's usually like a simply stated thing against the melody. And then it's all variations of that all the way through the song.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Accents in different places and whatever, all the other things that you can do.
So he hits record, and we rip through it, and we get to the end. He's like all teary eyed and everything. He's like, "Wow, man, that's exactly what I was looking for." I was like, well, "Cool." He's like, "All right, we got to, there's a few things I want to change," and it's like, "Okay, cool." 3 hours later, man, I don't really like playing with a band that's in a studio. God. Do we have to play this song again? Oh my God. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And it's like, there's not even like Hollywood people or Nashville people or anything. It's not like there's all these people in the fucking production booth or anything. It's just,
Just a
bro,
repetition of it. Yeah.
But I respect it, man. He really, really took it serious. It's very polished. And then I had totally forgotten all about it. And like out of the blue, because this was back in, when did I record that? 96 or 97 or maybe 2004 or 2000. No, it would have been 2003 or 2002, I think. Yeah, it was the same time the Omer Cook shit was happening. I'm, in a band. I was bands. And anyhow, so like 4 years ago, out of the blue on Facebook, he's like, I get a friend request from him. I'm like, well, fuck yeah. And he's like, and he's got his music recording studio page on Facebook and everything. And he's like, man, I'm so glad I found you, dude. And he's like, oh, hey, did you ever hear the final cut of Oma? I was like, no. And he sent it to me. Oh my God, man, it sounds like fucking radio shit, dude.
Nice.
It's fucking tight. And it's in like the main from beginning to end, it's nothing but keyboard, man. He went back and put in even more fucking keyboard. And I'm like, holy shit. And then I was like, wow. So I sit down and I'm like trying to remember to play it. And I'm like, I can't even hardly remember. What the fuck, man? I just made that shit up and I played it like for, 2 or 3 solid weeks and never played it again. And now I can't hardly. Oh, that's a lot of fucking songs I've written and I can't.
Yeah. I've definitely done that. I just like, oh, I got this awesome idea, and then I'll do the idea and do the song, and then forget promptly afterwards.
I mean, yeah, I've got the recording, so I know I can sit down and hammer it out. That's what I had to do with Colorado Cuisine and a couple other songs that I wrote. I'm like, fuck, I don't remember what chords I used. I don't. And then when I figured it out, but then once I hear the recording and I figure out where the chords are and I play it like once, boom, it's like dropping back on the saddle. It's like jumping back on the bicycle. And
Yeah.
It's all coming back to me now. But anymore, I just don't really get that excited about playing the old songs or the old music. It's just like, to me, it's like opening up an old photo album and looking at past girlfriends from like high school or college. Like, after all this time being happily married and having kids, what the fuck do I want to read love letters from sophomore year in high school for? Old music.
Old music. There's something to be said for that old music, though. And you know what? The best ones, you can't forget them. You know what I mean? They just haunt you, and that's the shit right there. That's what I'm after. When I hear like, fucking Poncho and Lefty on a fucking radio going by or something, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I got to stop on that. Really demands respect.
That's the shit. Yeah.
Really demands respect. But yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like each different musical period I was in, as I went from bands to bands, from instrument to instrument, it's like there's one song from each period that I still know, that I still play. That's like the lasting song from that era.
Yep.
And then all the other ones, I'm just kind of like, nah.
Well, that's it. That's it. Those are the quality ones. You know what I mean?
Unfrozen Caveman Surveyor, Civilian Maggot Puke Bag, The World is Dying, At Last I Know God is There. I mean,
we wrote one. I wrote one. My buddy Bill. We were the Grateful Jones, and the song had one chord, and the lyrics were, "Death and destruction is coming your way. Death and destruction is coming your way."
Yes.
Yeah. It was kind of metal. It's kind of metal.
Some of the best AC/DC songs that rock. It's just 3 fucking chords, man. It's just 3 chords, dude.
It's very true. All AC/DC songs are 3 chords, bro. All AC/DC songs. I will go out on a limb to claim that all of them have less than 4 chords.
Really?
Yes.
If you're wondering, of course, being in West Virginia, the AC/DC song that first comes to mind is Squealer, when I touched her hips. Squealer, ooh, suck the fingertips, yeah.
I thought you were going to say she's got the jack. Jack. She's got the Jack.
No, I'm back on that fucking deliverance shit again, man, with the squealer.
It comes in cycles.
I can't help it. I'm already half toothless myself. Buyer beware. I'm doing everything I can to just find humor as lowbrow and as
trying to find
cheap as I can get it. Because, oh, God, the news is coming hard and heavy at this point, folks. It's going to get better, but it's going to get a little messy first. Ooh.
All right.
Yeah.
It's making me nauseous just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Like, for real nauseous.
Fucking red ball almost got me.
What is happening right here? Oh, look at that. Charlie Brown.
Charlie in the house.
You just said something about lowbrow humor.
Shazam! Shazam!
Do you have
lowbrow
snow
humor.
Do you have
Oh
snow
my
in your
God.
area?
I got on this
Allegedly.
kick about I've probably made like 150 to 200 tramp stamp jokes on the Rockfin chats now. And I'm just trying not to think about the whole, genocide shit going on. I'm trying. It's getting hard to not think about it. It's getting so bad. I mean, so bad in the fact of, the state government's actually passing laws requiring internment and forced inoculation.
Snow is for nerds.
Be right back. I'm going to speak.
I told you, unicorn. That's a noob comment. Just to keep with your theme there.
All right, do you have snow up there?
Who, us?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, allegedly.
You're north of me, so.
Yeah, we're usually a little, a little bit warmer,
Not much farther, but you are north.
a little less precipitation than you guys. Pardon me for a second here. I'm just trying to get this thing squared away so I can read the chat. How are you folks this evening, morning, 1:00?
Yeah. Well, for us, it is, yeah.
This is weird. I'm sitting across from the guitar amp, and it seems like it's like so far away. I don't know what it sounds like going across there. If it's too loud or what.
We got a fun little echo there.
Got an echo.
That's Steve playing guitar. Choosy with the eyebrows. Do you want to switch spots with me for right now? You can switch spots if you want. No? Yeah. Steve?
No, this is fine.
So what's going on, Charlie? How are things?
So another day in paradise. How are you guys?
Doing pretty
Yeah.
good.
Got a pair of teenagers upstairs. I'm pretty sure that they're probably sleeping.
It's probably a smart move.
Horny
realize it was-
unicorn.
Too. For crap's sake.
Music. You don't like music?
Damn it. Doing the best that I can, Mr. Unicorn. For fuck's sake.
That your unicorn likes to walk backwards sometimes.
I think it's something to do with being a unicorn.
More light in here.
I'd like to know the lineage of that name, though. There are several different terms for being a unicorn. Oh, Choozy's in Jersey, and it's all cold and damp down there. Yeah, it's kind of like mushy looking, like rainy, like muckiness outside. There you go. Now I can see you. You got the light on.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
That's almost, that's too. I don't want to see that much of me. I gotta make some sort of compromise here.
Don't be a tease, man.
Jesus Christ. I'm not responsible for any broken cameras on the other end, man. I'm just saying. Watch this shit at your own risk. Yeah, I haven't actually even stepped outside since this morning. It says we got 30 degrees here and some precipitation. Like this, I get the weather like from NOAA, right from Barnes Airport. It's also the Air Force Base, so their weather is pretty accurate. They're going to be landing and sending off planes.
Did Yona make us smoothies?
All right.
Did you make us smoothies?
Ooh. Yeah.
Or the unicorn?
All right.
He said, imagine losing a hand, Steve. Music would mock you.
I don't want to think about that.
No. See, that's why I do all the heavy duty stuff. I smash my hands up. Not like on purpose, but you know.
Did you guys ever see that movie Streets of Fire with Michael Pare? Ry Cooder did the entire soundtrack for it.
Streets of Fire. I think I have, because Ry Cooder did the music for it. I'm pretty sure I did listen to that.
It's yet another reason why I love you, brother. Not even too many people know who Ry Cooder is. I'm sure Yona knows who Ry Cooder is.
Oh, yeah.
And his son, Joaquin.
He said I jerk off.
Oh, that's a really good. Did you guys ever see the Buena Vista Social Club?
Oh, I love that movie, dude.
Oh, man. That whole story is just amazing. Hey, all those musicians were like, they were so like those dudes were like mutual aid of the soul back in the day. Like they really helped keep everybody going, you know?
Yeah, that was a really dope fucking movie and movement and all of it.
I think the piano player was like 80 years old when they did that concert here in the States.
Yeah.
I just thought that was really cool that he like, paid them some respect. They were
there's a similar movie about the jazz club in New Orleans, where it's all about all the working musicians and stuff that have gone through there, like legends, and
kind of rings a bell.
Really cool. Same kind of thing, like helping to raise money to keep it going and stuff.
All right. Sorry about that interruption there. I had a quick word with Ralph there.
See you. Thanks again for stopping by last night. That was cool.
Hey, Trish. Yeah, everybody should
whatever it was.
check it out. Charlie Brown has he does his music shows. He's starting some streams.
I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I just figured I'd give it a shot last night.
Well, you should put your name in there as like your or the link to your channel. What did Susie say? He doesn't even have to look at the radar to know that the pinwheel thing is going on. Up in Perth, they probably got that thing on Long Island going also. That's so true. And look at that. Excellent show last night, Charlie.
Yeah. My man.
Only excellent because you guys showed up.
Hey, Trish.
Boring as shit just to sit there and smoke. I mean, I would have been listening to the same music anyway. I just figured to throw the camera on, right? See who shows up. There was somebody who showed up none of us had met before. They went by the name HUH question mark. And I hung out for a while. We had some, Q&A type stuff, traded some notes, and dropped the name of your show and Steve's show and Roar and a few others. Like they took notes and they left a comment on the video. Today I saw it. I was like, oh, that's cool, man. Right on.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I was over there saying hey to Indy today over at their. What is wrong with me? I keep forgetting the name of it.
We were on Discord with oh my gosh.
I tried getting on there earlier. It wouldn't let me. It was all fucked up. I don't know what I'm doing with that.
We'll have to do a run through of Discord. I'm not like super great at Discord, but we were on with Yona was on with us, and Steve and I.
Well, Yona's like timeless. Indy. I'm not even. Do you age, dude? Like, what do you look like? Let's see some proof of what you looked like as a kid.
I know.
I'm not entirely unconvinced that you didn't pop out looking like this.
I know he glues that facial hair on, right?
Other than like all the teeth missing, if I keep my lips closed, I still kind of look like the way I did in high school. Back in the 1980s. That's not been that long ago. I mean, I'm almost 50.
Steve's gonna be 53 in a couple days.
Wow. Just put you on blast, bro.
Yeah, thanks, honey.
Oh, wow.
We are going to spank you for a
32,
week. We love you.
Right?
Yeah, sorry, I got that back. He's going to be 32, guys. Yep. He just dyes the beard gray to look wiser.
Fuck it. I want a jitterbug. I hate this phone. I want a jitterbug. 1-inch fucking buttons. And it's a flip phone, so when I open the son of a bit, I mean, I can do all this shit on this phone except answer a goddamn phone call. I mean, I titillate, I swirl, I tap,
Whoa.
Jesus.
Yeah, what are we talking about there?
I can't answer the phone call. And it's like, dude, I called you. It's like, yeah, I tried. I mean,
I got a whole bag full of old Nokias that still work perfectly fine.
Yeah. I just have to go back to using a burner phone.
I'll put them in a pillowcase and tie up the pillowcase like Sean Penn in Bad Boys there. Keep it by the door just in case.
So I always call you Wodigay in Cherokee, Charlie Brown, because, we have a Jolly, which would be Charlie. Jolly is famous, very famous down in the Smoky Mountains with Eastern Cherokee, and there's others that are famously known as Rebel in Cherokee. So I'm like, well, I guess I got to call you Wodigay, so that you get to own Wodigay, because Jolly and Rebel are kind of already taken by other Cherokee personalities. Wodigay just means brown. Wodigay.
Brown?
Yeah. Wo-D-K-E. It's 4 syllables, right? Wodigay. Wodigay. Literally brown.
Yeah, Trish is another Gen Xer.
Oh my gosh. I found a Alex Trainer video that we have not seen.
Really?
Yeah, there's other ones on here that I didn't know were on here.
So I've been avoiding the issue, but I guess I'll finally
Go ahead.
Finally stare the ugly right in the face. They've been having these exercises every year. They being the United States military service branches. We're talking about United States Army, United States Air Force, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, United States Space Force. I'm not sure if the Space Force.
Space Force.
But at Quantico, Virginia, and a couple other places, they've built several city blocks of a mock-up, like a Hollywood set of for example, a lot of the scenes from The Truman Show, the movie starring Jim Carrey, where he's trapped inside like a movie set, right?
They based that on my life. God damn it.
A lot of that was filmed at the Jade Helm exercise grounds in Quantico. And if you're not familiar with Jade Helm exercises, no,
Sounds like a holodeck.
not
Yeah,
ringing
I'm
any
vaguely
bells.
familiar.
Or they were like Sea Smurf, CBRNE. No. Okay, I guess I got to cover some basic glossary terms here. So, CCRMF stands for CBRNE-MRF, which is Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear, or Explosive Event Consequence Management Resource Force. They're now known as Signature Reduction, and it's like kind of like a secret, wearing plain clothes, you know, about 85,000 member strong standing army within the United States that is kind of not really. Well, the Time magazine kind of let it out of the bag, you know, about signature reduction or the desurfing teams. Because in order to
45.
depopulate an area, you have to desurf it, as in, you know, remove the surf, desurf.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Walk.
they were set up in Fort Stewart, Georgia, and Fort Carson, which is home of Northcom. That used to be known as Northern Command of the U.S. military, but they're now known as Command for the U.S. Army of the North, and they've reconstituted the U.S. Army of the North, which was disbanded after the Civil War. But I don't know what that's about. All I know is signature reduction is now an extension of the ongoing Jade Helm exercises that have taken place year after year since 9/11, 2001. And Jade Helm exercises are where it's a fusion exercise, you see, where you get municipal cops, county cops, township cops, tribal cops, state cops, all these different law enforcement agencies get to meet with reservists and National Guards and active duty personnel at the mock-up town, and then have exercises where, you know, they're rounding up citizens and kettling and penning, and then some of them pretend to be civilians while the others keep their beanies on, you know, their camos, and you know, the ones playing the civilians are always complaining about, where are we going? We're just hungry. We're just thirsty. And then they hog tie them with 3-man teams one at a time. And they've been doing this year after year after year for like, you know, 20 fucking years. And that's what Jade Helm is. And when I say they are doing it, I mean, this is basically what Sea Smurf or CBRNE CMRF was formed to do, and they're now known as signature reduction. And now the New York State Assembly House in Albany, New York, is actually considering and reading through the committees the actual legislation to authorize by the governor's executive order signature deportation to camps and forced inoculation.
Yep.
It'll be legal.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because they're leaving it to all the states now. So, like, the states can decide that you're a threat to the public health if you do not have a fucking shot. It is insanity.
It is fucked up.
This is where it starts. Like, this is where it really starts to get rough.
They
like,
still have the federal mandates, and there will be more federal action taken. Make no doubt about it. There may be wins. There may be legal victories in the lower courts. But who's kidding who? Push comes to shove, I take you back to the Michael Corleone speech, you know, to Kate, you know. Don't be so naive, Kate. Right? You know, they got the judges in their pockets. They got the legislature. The Corleone speech, you know. They got them all in their pocket. Right? Their money controls all. So, you know. Yeah, here we are.
So what's our plan out of it?
No, it wasn't me at the bar a few weeks back. I dined out at
I didn't know.
Man, I
That
wish
is
we were
funny.
going out to the bars. That means we would be out entertaining.
Yeah, I'd like to be in the bar. And I don't even like going to the bars unless I'm playing music
Yeah.
or going to see music.
Okay, so just to review, as it stands right now, the United States Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, they have already established humanitarian shielding quarantine facilities. They've already taken the process of ambiguating different states into FEMA regions, which they call sectors. Right? So are you from sector 1? Are you from sector 2? If you're thinking Hunger Games, then yeah, there's that. This shit's so in your face. Anyways, as it stands right now, there's already, at least by my count from what I've been able to confirm, 19 of these facilities just in the continental United States that are now incarcerating people for the medical crime of sick until proven healthy.
Are you hearing what he's saying?
Right? I mean, it's already happening, but, well, those are American citizens. It's not like they were on a domestic flight. They were on an international flight. They've got a foreign passport, so it's okay. Right. But they're already using them, and they're already there, and they're already staffed, and they're already built. And there's people already in them, and there's already guards there, and the wire's already up, and, you know, the towers with the gun snipers, because we're here to make sure everyone's healthy. That's why we need gun snipers in the towers. But whatever.
Wait, are you talking about that night that my ex, who was, schizophrenic, said that there was Russian snipers on the roofs? Are you talking about that night? Sorry.
No,
Remembering the future.
True story, guys. True
Like,
story.
oh no, not that one. Particular.
Not that one in particular. Okay.
no. Now there was one night when we were at our Occupy Wall Street Huntington protest on Fifth Avenue, and there were snipers on the roof on the other side of the street, but they weren't Russian. I don't think they spoke a word of Russian. Their English probably wasn't even intelligible to most folk, unless you don't want to talk like this in here the whole night long. I don't want to talk like that, but, you know.
We went
It
to
just
see
invites ridicule. So
we went
What
to see
is
the
this?
Grateful Dead in '95, and there was dudes like that up on the skyscrapers around the Delta Center. Like, it's all like skyscrapers, and you could see like there was just camera lenses, you know, up in the windows,
and the flash,
like
the
scopes, you
gleam,
know, like you could see that there were people up there.
when the light catches the scope just right, you see it flash. Yeah.
So they were just like sitting there waiting for the hippies to do shit, and ain't nobody did nothing. Everybody just sat there, and there was a New York City phone book of LSD on the lot, but nobody fucking moved. You know.
Did you see
It was
this
like a game of
question?
chess.
Did you see this question?
Thing on the Hill today about Lazio giving Patty Smith the key to New York City.
Patty Smythe. Wow.
Patty Smith.
Well, that just goes to show you she's such a pretender.
Huh.
Patty Smythe and the Pretenders, of course.
Horny Unicorn is asking if you have a 12 string.
What's that?
He's asking if you have a 12 string.
No, I have a 6-string. I have 2 6-strings, so I have 12 strings altogether.
Well, you have more than just 2 guitars, though.
Well, I have like more than 2.
Can you do a Rick Nielsen?
I cannot.
Well,
And I have a guitar too. I have a classical.
I actually don't have a guitar, but I do have a G string. Does that count?
It just depends on how you string that up.
Wow,
Depends on placement, I think.
that was way out of tune, man.
Way-
Russian memes won the
that
election,
one
guys.
was way.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Of course, they did.
Uh-oh.
Listen,
Hippies don't do shit.
Actually, they shit quite a bit, actually.
listen. I'm tell you what. I wasn't sure what happened until Fusion GPS helped me get my
Back to
mind
there,
right.
Jimmy Page.
Thanks, Clinton campaign.
I mean, how pathetic is that? They have to blame it on fucking memes. Like, that's how pathetic it is.
Well, they're barely keeping up appearances at this point. They're gonna pull the curtain. They're gonna move the freaking scenery out of the way, and we are gonna see the brick wall at the back of the theater pretty damn quick, I bet.
Be afraid of memes. In fact, be afraid of the very air you breathe.
What are we supposed to reply to?
Everywhere. Be afraid.
Be afraid of fear.
Ah!
Woo.
Be afraid of
Too
fear.
strong to reply, huh? Well, it was a question for me.
I don't know what question.
Just,
Am I taking it personally when I see Too Stoned? I think they're talking about me. Oh, Led Zeppelin, Achilles' Last Stand. Let's see, how's it go? Achilles'
take it slow.
Yeah, that's like really that's to the very end of the Zeppelin series when you get to Achilles' Last Heel or Achilles' Last Stand. Achilles' Last Heel. Nope. So here's the thing about the humanitarian camps or humanitarian shielding. Again, there's a few documents I've actually gone through and saved to my detachable hard drive and my main hard drive. So I've saved it 2 places for all of time. And one of them is the CDC PDF from cdc.gov that explains humanitarian shielding camps. And, you know, kind of a preview of camp life. And then there's 2 others that I've written down. But obviously, you know, a year ago, we were talking about Trump is trying to repeal Section 230 protections under the FCC for their censorship, basically, that they were using in Facebook and Twitter and other platforms to deplatform. The second item was they were wanting to look into trying to verify and validate the election results. And thirdly, $2,000 checks because of the lockdown. Well, they cut the checks down to $600, and they said, fuck the other 2 things. And then in January, Biden went around Georgia campaigning on behalf of, Joe Lossoff and Raphael Warnock to help the Democrats. It's the tube shot.
Yes.
And the whole point was, I remember him saying a million times, if you help us get Ossoff and Warnock to Washington so Democrats can get the Senate, we'll knock Mitch McConnell out of the way. And
Too cute.
Chucky the Shoom
Squeeze
will
that.
be
Chucky the
Senate Majority
Shoobies.
Leader. And
Shoe
those
up, shoe up.
$2,000 checks will go flying out the door. $2,000, folks. Just vote us in. And that was January of this fucking year.
That was like the shittiest used car salesman act ever.
Now here we
all
are
got
at the end of
bamboozled and stuck with
December,
a lemon.
precisely 1 year after Trump was trying to get these three things done. Not a Trump fan. I'm just talking history. I'm not endorsing any person or any historical figure. I'm just talking facts, chronology, what the fuck was happening then, what the fuck's happening now. Trump is talking these three items. That's the thing that McConnell coughed up in the Senate that he had no intention of ever voting on. And the three items were doing something about the online monopolies and their censorship, looking into the elections, and money to the people in the form of $2,000 checks. All he got through was $600 checks. Because again, that was in the midst of the second impeachment, because the CIA and the NSA were saying he said the wrong things on a phone call they were listening into when he was talking to was it Zelenko, the president of Ukraine?
Yeah, Zelenko.
Zelenko.
Vladimir Zelenko.
Vladimir Zelenko. Yeah, it's Adam Schiff and all that. Oh God! Oh, get the Adam Schiff out of my head.
Oh,
No,
get the Adam
no Raytheon Schiff. No Raytheon Schiff. No Raytheon Schiff.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Get that fucking Adam Schiff the fuck
The
out of here.
most arrogant, pompous.
Oh, that guy is such a stooge. Oh my God.
His smirk.
Oh my
Oh,
God!
How did
he's
his
so
little smirky
arrogantly and
ass get
pompously
to
conceited?
how did he get to be so conceited and such a fucking schmuck that like Max Blumenthal can walk up on him and make him look like a fucking turd? Like, really, dude? You're so full of yourself and
I'm
so
not a violent
not
person, but
self-aware.
A whole host of those motherfuckers got such punchable faces, man.
Oh,
The fucking McConnell's
Big
face,
time.
that smirk on his face when the freaking turtle has his way. Holy shit.
Yeah, me
Or
and
the
Lucky
freaking
are scared to
Pelosi.
go to DC, you know, like
All of
in
them.
case she runs into AOC or something. Like,
any of them.
you
I
never
would
know.
just-
Like, you
Untouchable,
know,
all these
with my
smug little
words
self-centered douchebag.
So-
in a non-violent way, but you know, words are freaking violence.
Where's
so-
your violence?
So now here we are, precisely 1 year later, and the legislative agenda that the entire nation was on, on their fingertips and toes,
Yeah.
hanging on every word about
On
what's
fire
going to
about it.
happen with the $2,000 Trump checks between Christmas and New Year's. Are they going to repeal protections for Facebook and Twitter? Are they going to look into the election? I mean, that's what was in the news cycle on all the channels. That's what was actually happening in terms of legislation and Senate bills that have been introduced 1 year ago to the day. And what's introduced now a year later? Another round of $2,000 checks? No. Reform of social media for censorship? No. Even though it's gotten tremendously worse. Okay. Any work on reintroducing hand-counted paper ballots so we can have actual verifiable, reliable elections, or allowing actual election integrity? No.
No democracy for you.
No. Instead, there is a
You'll get some
legislative
meat.
agenda that they are cobbling together at warp speed and trying to ramrod through as fast as they can executive orders for detention and forced inoculation. Indefinite detention and forced inoculation. Camps. Hashtag boxcars to freedom, Amtrak Joe. Boxcars to freedom. And here we are.
I don't have like
Thoughts and prayers,
rumbles
people.
at the bar. You can ask Steve. I chase the men away. Like they are terrified of me when I stand up to them.
Thoughts and prayers, bitches.
Yeah.
I did. I chased a green shirt guy down the road,
She did.
barefoot in a sundress.
The only saving grace at this point is if they do try to move people on boxcars in the United States,
Yeah.
Most of the railroad infrastructure
Is
is
toast.
100-year-old segmented rail. Most, like every third or fourth railroad tie, is over 100 years old and completely rotten because they're all wooden, just about.
Right.
And so
So all
most
the
stretches
trestles
of
will
track,
fall into the river.
if you're like on a Segway, you're probably going to be able to catch up to any boxcar full of Freedom Bound with a fucking Segway, or even if you could probably pedal a bicycle fast enough to catch up to it because top speeds is normally 25, 30
Those are
miles an hour.
re-education camps. Okay, they're special camps.
They'll
for
help you get your
special
health
people.
right. They'll help
Sounds
you
an
get your
awful lot like
heart
a
right.
factory farm to me.
Help you get your mind right. You know.
They help you get on, the right side of things.
It's exactly how they treat cattle.
Yeah.
It's exactly how they treat cattle as well.
Instead of make the world
that is
go
also
away,
true.
it's,
What's the difference?
make the wrong thing go away.
Can
know
we
what, though?
can we
Keep
rally
on the
the
streets, man.
people of New York to fucking say go fuck yourself with this fucking legislation to implement this stuff? Like, what the fuck?
I think that the infrastructure crumbling is part of the plan. I was saying this yesterday because I think that it is on purpose so that they can't, like, people can't freaking escape and go places. It's a lot easier to block off fewer roads and fewer bridges.
Yeah, and if all the trestles are going to
it's
fucking
to the
fail,
point that it's going to work against them. My point is, like earlier when we were on the Discord during Jimmy's live stream, these guys start talking it up and talking it up and talking it up about how the United States and these private corporations within the United States are gonna, be able to build fucking moon colonies and Mars colonies, and eventually we're gonna have to get off this planet and all this technology. And I'm like, buddy, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
100 years ago, across the United States, they were building sewage treatment plants. They were building water treatment plants and water towers that belonged to the people of the community. They were public works, built with public money, owned by the public.
Mm-hmm.
That was 100 years ago.
They're all private now.
Virtually everything's been privatized. Virtually all the commons has been privatized. And now none of it's going to be replaced. Why did the city sell the sewer system to a foreign corporation? I mean, how in the hell does a foreign corporation, like, for example, American Water Company, which is a German company, which has subsidiaries, including Kentucky American Water Company, that actually owns the manholes and the sewer pipes, the vitrified clay pipe that the plant flows through under the city streets of Lexington, Kentucky. All that infrastructure is owned by a German company, but it's Kentucky land, and it was built with Kentucky taxes, and it's owned by the Kentucky citizens of the city of Fayette County, of the city
Except
of
the sewer
Lexington
system.
County and Fayette County. But now, since the city, because Lexington is a combined government, so it's Lexington Fayette County Urban Government Consolidated. And the point being, they sold the fucking city-owned or county-owned water sewer system entirely to a foreign-owned corporation. So they technically now own all of. Privatization makes no fucking sense. But anyways,
Not for the red ball.
Why did the city sell it? Because it's expensive to have to replace all these sewer pipes and water pipes, and they've just been, all this time they've been taking in money, and then giving themselves raises, going on vacations, going to conventions, and oh wow, now we don't have the money to keep up with the regular maintenance of our water sewer system.
That's part of the purpose of
sell it to a corporation,
representative government,
and it'll take care of our budget, and so now we have nothing but corporations owning everything, and even the city government is renting services from corporations that they sold what they. I mean,
that's been the plan all along. Privatize every fucking thing. They've weaseled their way into every single aspect of representative government.
Corporations are not
the means for us to freaking govern ourselves and provide core human services and infrastructure, and here we are.
Corporations
Every
are
single
not
way they
people.
profit from it. They're not
All
stupid.
these things, Citizens United. Citizens United versus FCC, McCutcheon et al. Versus FCC. All these bullshit fucking rulings. All this shit. They just made illegal shit legal. Yeah,
Yeah.
Again, with the whole point of the New York Assembly bill, and there's other bills in other states. Gruesome nuisance all over that shit in California about indefinite detention.
Yeah.
Enforced inoculation. Okay. Chris Hedges filed lawsuit against the Obama administration in 2012 over the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012, Section 1021, where Obama gave himself the power to indefinitely detain American citizens
Wow.
by stripping them of their citizenship
Let a
alone.
dictator move it all, right?
Alone. That he alone, as president of the United States and commander in chief, he alone can invalidate your citizenship
When Trump even
immediately.
suggested that,
And
people
then
lost their fucking
indefinitely
minds.
keep
I mean,
That's
I
a
did
fucking-
too, but I mean,
That's a king.
think about the hypocrisy in that, you know?
Yeah. Chris Hedges sued him. Chris Hedges won. But then it went to the upper court, the appellate court, and they threw it out because they said he had no standing. Because it was a totally unrelated suit. But
Wow.
he said the reason why they threw it, the reason why they immediately took that away is because obviously they were already at that time in 2012 already indefinitely detaining American decitizens. I'm going to call them American decitizens because sorry, yeah, you were born in the United States.
That's a good point,
Yeah,
Jesus.
you've lived in the United States your whole fucking life. Yeah, you're not actually a threat or a terrorist or anything like that. But the president said, fuck you. So, yeah, you lost your citizenship forever. And now we get to disappear you and no due legal process, no booking desk, no phone call to the lawyer.
Does that even
Family doesn't
equate
know
to
where you
forfeits
are.
of a human
You
being?
have no fucking, fuck your Magna Carta. Fuck your habeas corpus. It's gone. That was 2012 already.
Outside in the
Out
So-
your window.
Really, kind of, in a sense, what Hochul's doing now is just kind of like going. It's kind of like the second part of the tattoo, where now you're just going over and, basically, bringing in the bold and doing in the colors. I mean, you've already got the whole thing down.
This is
Right?
where the,
What do you
the
call it?
shading and the colors coming
Yeah,
in.
you're shading in, right? The Hochul legislation, this indefinite detention legal standard was codified in the U.S. law with court rulings and the NDAA legislation in 2012 that Chris Hedges fought, and Chris Hedges lost that good fight. So in 2012, indefinite detention of American citizens was already established with a process where you're decitizened.
Wow.
Right. You're uncitizened.
That's your
basically.
ass. Yeah.
Right. Well, the Hochul thing seems like a positive development in this case because now you're still a citizen. You're just a citizen that's such a threat to public health that we have to temporarily suspend all of your human and civil rights
Right.
because of an emergency.
Because
Just temporarily.
emergency.
Until the emergency ends. 2 weeks.
Because
flat.
hospital beds.
Come on now. Just 2 weeks flat ago.
Got electrolytes in it.
Because emergency.
Just take
Remember that
the
show,
Bronto vax.
Emergency,
Economy.
from the 70s? Emergency
Bronto
about the rescue
vax.
team.
The Bronto vax will help your immune system grow like the Bronto helps the corn grow.
Oh,
That's right.
Monbronto. Remember that series Emergency from back in the day? It's like
Do.
they were like an ambulance team in a
Thank you.
hospital, and there was like
Remember SWAT? They had that SWAT show too.
yeah, it
There
was
we
like
go,
around
back-
the same
circling
time
back to
as
the
that.
propaganda again, right?
Yeah, super
God,
propaganda.
I would totally,
Propaganda.
totally vote for President Camacho and
Yeah.
Vice President Not Sure.
Fuck, for real.
We're
Get another fucking have to work with currently.
living in a COVIDiocracy. Oh my God.
Such a
Yeah, COVIDiocracy. Good one.
Ugh. You know how I am. I've always got
Idiot.
fresh puns baking in the oven for you, Charlie.
Piping hot.
It's appreciated. It's a little tough to chew occasionally, but they're always appreciated.
Hey, you know they're doughy sometimes.
You are appreciated like Tupac Shakur, my friend.
OCO, brother.
Ostada.
Here you go, Yona. Here's one for you.
All right. Oh, the Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? When I was doing land surveying, I didn't ever really work much with diagonals or right angles. So, yeah.
Barney, where are you from?
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Duh.
You made mention about we have poverty.
Pythagoras, you say? Geometry, you say?
No offense
Yeah,
taken.
that's kind of surveying a lot. Like that's pretty much all fucking surveying is fucking geometry and trigonometry.
Nah, VS Adams is showing me the ways with the lighter
Don't you make me get Pythagorean on that ass horny.
hemp wick lighters by so and so. She's like, I use 80% less lighter. So all you guys get a hemp wick lighter by Hemp Lights USA. Thank you. This is brought to you by Pfizer.
Oh my god.
I'm so confused.
I know.
What the hell were you just talking about? I'm sorry.
Talking about a hemp wick
I have
lighter.
to remind Horny Unicorn that we can no longer use the square of the hypotenuse. You're only allowed to use the square of the remdesivir.
Remdesivir is the only one with
Not allowed to
emergency
use
clearance.
hypotenuse.
Cover the hypotenuse of love.
If you stretch out two of those masks and put it just right, you could cover your hypotenuse pretty well with one of those Yona brand mankinis.
I was just going to say,
The Lancet has already published their
for
clinical
justice.
article taking down hypotenuse chloroquine, so you can't use it. Sorry. Oh wait, the Lancet just retracted that. I guess we're on again. Woohoo!
Oh, back off. Damn it.
All right.
I prefer my biscuits covered in gravy.
Here's a getting.
Everett. Hello, Buster.
You know,
You're a handsome dude.
it's funny.
What's up, Bubba?
Granddad taught me how to do square roots in my head. And I had to do square roots in my head to do latitudes and departures, which are determined by Cartesian coordinates. And, to do that, you got to do the hypotenuses, which means then you got to go back to square rooting because, the a squared plus b squared equals, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And so then to solve for a, b, or c.
For all y'all playing at home.
It's going to be underneath one of those cool looking tiki hut square root symbols. And so
this here is the complicated maths part of the program.
Yeah. Well, Granddaddy Publish taught me all the good cipherings there, so I could cipher that right there in my head, buddy. That's the thing about it. All these people in the country, some of them, 7th, 8th grade education, they fucking add, subtract, all kinds of shit. I mean, fucking geniuses. I'd put them up against any fucking ivory tower, and
hell yeah.
And they'd probably take anyone from an ivory tower and put them up against a tree, and
do
but
with machetes.
It's about love. It's all about love. Just open up, surrender to the love, surrender to the love.
Oh, all right. I think I'm done, boys. Thank you for hanging out with us, and I bid you all a fair farewell.
Are you gonna hit the
farewell?
There?
Yeah, it's getting to be like the 3 o'clock in the morning time.
Yeah, it is.
And
yeah,
I usually can tell
when I get smoking this weed, but
I can't keep my eyes.
I still got about 10 minutes left.
I sure do appreciate that sweet noodling there, Steve.
Oh yeah, man.
Thanks for hanging out. Good hanging out with you.
For listening to me play guitar over the top of people talking.
We do it live.
We do it live.
That's right. We do it live.
It was just hard for me to really get into this whole, space program discussion when I'm like,
Sleep well,
bro,
Steamer.
our
Love you,
water
bro.
systems, our sewer
Yeah.
systems, our bridges, our railroads, our freeways, our power lines, all of our fucking infrastructure is all living on borrowed time with band-aid fixes, all of it, and just so far overdue for just the most basic maintenance and remedial maintenance. Like the North Tunnel under the Hudson River that connects Penn Station to the rest of the entire fucking country. And that tunnel was toasted by Hurricane Sandy when Hurricane
Yeah.
Sandy flooded all the, it flooded the Holland and the Battery and the North Tunnel and the Lincoln. And they all, I mean, New York's still fucked up from Hurricane Sandy in terms of infrastructure. It was never fixed.
Yeah.
And they keep trying to get funding for the path. And, even you look at the plan for the path tunnel that the new, fix into Penn Station to double capacity. And their fix is just, the quickest, fastest, cheapest, dirtiest temporary fix. I mean, how can you talk about space program shit when we're at the point where you've literally got shit backing up into people's toilets all across Huntington and Ashland and other cities, shit in the fucking water, power systems going down constantly because the electric infrastructure in this country is built so vulnerably. I mean, you go to a lot of places all across Europe and you don't see any overhead power lines anywhere. They're all buried like water lines and gas lines. And so they have a big windstorm and it doesn't matter how many trees fall over because they don't just string their power lines at every which way you can see from as far as the eye can see off of fucking pine utility poles. And then any fucking wind, any fucking storm of any kind is likely immediately going to start knocking out telephone, internet, and electric service, but so again, all this shit about, they're so bad and they put all this money into HARP and these rich motherfuckers can control all the weather at the touch of a button and they've got all this technology and they're just going to take off and leave us behind and they've got tens of thousands of miles of telephone in the United States and these people are so fucking powerful and a lot of this shit is limited hangout. A lot of this shit is predictive programming. Most of it's just complete bullshit. I'm not going to apportion to them that much power or ability. I think most of it's just bravado and boasting and just complete total fucking bullshit. No, they can't control the weather. I mean, they might be able to make some changes or nudges, but again, prove it to me. Just because they've spent billions on trying to do it didn't mean they made it happen. I mean, they've spent billions on psychological experiments on how to control women. How's that working?
Now, Choozy's got to come on the show so you guys can hash that out. That'd be great.
U.S. infrastructure is an F, period. The C's and the D's are from there's nuts being squeezed. It's absolute F. When virtually every country in Africa has more modern infrastructure being built right now than the United States. Yeah, a lot of it's just the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. Well, I'm no fan of the CCP, but I guess Belt and Road Initiative is a better approach than Banana fucking Republic. So whatever. Shut the fuck up about them building infrastructure everywhere. The fuck you care? Some country in Africa gets a railroad and the Chinese built it. It's not like the Chinese didn't build every fucking railroad in the Western United States. So again, history, it's a bitch. Oh, I can't believe the Chinese are building all these railroads all around the fucking world.
Well, we put up more military bases around the fucking world.
Newsflash, who do you think built the Union Pacific and the Southern Pacific Railroad?
Wow, was it gnarly
Don't
echo?
forget about the Chinamen
fucking Chinese. Oh, is there an echo? Echo.
There's been one right along, but for some reason I'm just kind of see it now. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust this with my foot.
Is it me?
Foot adjustments.
Professionals, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's paying the professionals to bolster the grades?
Yeah,
right?
those vice grips clamped locked on your fucking nutsack says they get a D plus or you get a job somewhere else.
Come on. Are you just gonna stare at me like a creeper? Get up here. Talking to Mojo, not you guys, sir.
There is a plan that they have for the future of the United States, and that's to clear cut what's left. That's to frack everywhere they can. Every last shale formation they can frack. Every last remaining tree stand.
Does
they
it
can
not
clear
seem
cut.
like alien behavior? Like what? It's just so
We
consistent.
are the aliens, though, guys. Like, don't forget, we are the aliens.
Well, clearly, it's like there's an alien force terraforming the planet. Like every single thing that's being done consistently is contrary to nature and sustainability in any way. It's just so stupid.
So
Do they have another planet? Is there a planet B?
I actually got my feelings hurt today, this time in my round with the Black Bear Newsies, with former Red Llama there with Kevin, which I love his takes and I love the show. But it's kind of a different crowd for me. But I like going to these different shows that are kind of out of my comfort zone. Particularly I like going to the different shows and chats as a regular, and everybody knows me. But there's very little Venn diagram overlap with the, like it's not like I'm seeing. But I mean, I like that. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, And I go on there, and I'm really I'm feeling hurt because this one just kept going on and on and on. He's like, listen, every single human being is responsible for the state the earth is in today when it comes to pollution and climate change. Every single human being is responsible for it, and we all have to accept this collective blame and collective guilt and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no. Don't put that on the fucking Cherokee tribe, motherfucker. I mean, we were there at Ochettisacoing. Every time there's a fucking fight to fight for water, to fight for nature, we're fucking there, man. We fought for nature and we fought for our land tooth and fucking nail in court and on the battlefield until we were literally forcibly ethnically cleansed and removed from our homeland. Yet still we stayed in the Smoky Mountains and forced the conservation of at least the very center of our homeland where our sacred fire came from atop Klingman's Dome. All we've ever done is live in harmony and balance with nature. How dare you claim that Cherokee are responsible for the industrialization, colonization, and exploitation of our own homeland, which we never did such in the 15,000 years, according to tradition, we've been there. So I do not agree with this collective punishment. I do not agree that humanity is a cancer of the earth. I just don't agree. We would just have to agree to disagree. And then the guy's like, well, I see your point about the first contact and the European civilizers coming over and doing all that stuff and it not being Cherokee. But the thing you have to remember is if the Europeans never came over and had first contact with the Cherokee, eventually the Cherokee would have resorted to fracking and mountaintop removal anyways on their own because that's how civilization works. So I win, check and mate. And it's like,
Oh,
boy. Oh boy. So now we're on to the next argument. Well, essentially, all of humanity is inherently genocidal and destructive of nature. So you can't blame it on the Europeans, who are the most destructive imperial motherfuckers in recorded human history, because everybody would have done the same thing. I mean, any other people that would have discovered America would have killed 90% of the people deliberately through sustained acts of premeditated genocide. That's just human nature, right? That's that argument. I'm like,
I don't know what other cultures would have done. They didn't do it.
Go through all of what recorded history we do have. And cultural exchanges between different peoples is not marked by constant, repeated, incessant genociding of other people to the last man. Not that there are not instances of genocide, not that there are not instances of all out, ongoing periods of genocide between different peoples, but nothing for 500 years. Nothing that targeted every single other tribe on the fucking planet for genocide. There's no historical comparison to the genocidal practices of the United States Empire. None. It's without parallel. The things that are happening now to pregnant women and children don't compare to Nazis. So far beyond Nazi. Nazis kiddie pool shit compared to the end of the pool under the diving board where we're swimming now. Hold your breath and sink to the bottom, and you still probably won't toe touch the bottom. I mean, it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And I mean, it is what it is. You know, I feel so defensive, like I need to keep putting in disclaimers and non sequiturs. I'm not endorsing this person, and I'm not endorsing that. And it's just to basically just deliver basic fucking facts. It's like I didn't vote for that one, and I'm not one of these, and I'm not one of those, and don't lock me in this silo, and don't put me in that. And, I mean, to me, it's
Then
just
just
basic
say
shit.
fuck it. Like you know what I mean? Like you don't have to fucking justify everything. Fuck that. I don't.
It's where we are, Lucky.
I
It's
don't
the
care
point we've
though
come to.
until we just say enough of that fucking bullshit and stop caring what fucking labels and what bullshit people want to put on us.
Well,
Once we
I'm still
stop
referring
doing
to the
that,
conversation on
once
Black
we
Fair
stop
News.
allowing that, then it doesn't fucking matter.
That's where I'm at. I don't necessarily mean to us here in our audience right now. I'm talking about earlier when I was in that other room where I'm the odd man out. I'm the weird, ugly Yona in their circle that they tolerate. But in their circle, every time I went to make a post, or, you know, and type a sentence, I always had to start with a non sequitur. I always had to start with this guy. Now I didn't vote for Trump. Now I'm not saying this, but and you know when you're already when you're already adding disclaimers to your sentence, that's kind of a conversation you really should, I guess, step away from. I mean, it's like
If they jump to those assumptions of that is that, then that's their own issue. But if you're trying to get a point across, it can. I get what you're saying. Like, I mean, like, at what point
it's hard.
do you stop and say, all right, this is enough?
Right.
Because
As a conversation, that's not really a good format to have to interact with people. If you're just dropping a couple pieces.
But I gotta say,
bullet
I
points or
stuck
something.
with it. I kept giving my points back to him, Charlie,
Good on
and
you.
then at the end, all the other people were calling out the dude that was picking on me. It's like, you know, you really, bro, I hear your point, and I hear his point, and you're just really being mean. You're just really, really, really being mean. I mean, I had to stop and log off for a minute and burn sage for my ancestors. I was like, I'm really feeling insulted now.
Well, that's good.
Because he's like, your Cherokee ancestors are just as responsible for fracking and mountaintop removal as my ancestors. I'm
what
like,
the fuck?
again, with the arguments, I'm just like, no, we've always fought for nature. No, you can't say that we haven't fought hard enough for nature. Nobody's fought harder for nature than us. Nobody cares more about the environment more than First Nations peoples. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, I mean, how much do you want to unpack that whole bag for that person? I mean, with all due respect to him, it's almost like troll level, like whether it's on purpose or not.
And
Some
it gets
people
all
are
the way
just
to the
argumentative
end.
to be argumentative.
We get all the way to the end. Dude's like,
and-
well, you know, I hear your point, and I do recognize it, and I kind of agree with you, but I'm still right, and I wasn't being mean, and I'm not going to apologize. But yeah, you're kind of right.
500
so,
years
look,
at least.
you
right?
take the little victories. But the other thing was, in the end, I was just kindly, just kept to my thing, just kindly, not responding, not getting triggered, not responding to reflex. And at the end, you know, everyone else like, please come back. Don't be hurt. And we're glad you came back after you left and blah, 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 blah. Everybody was like, let's just hug and we all love you and we all love each other, even if we can't agree. And so, again, that's a good play. I consider that like a 40% group where it's
No, that's
still
a big
amicable
win,
disagreement.
Yona. That's a
You
big
know?
win.
Yeah,
Although
it's
it was
still amicable
painful, that was a
disagreement.
big win.
Yeah. That's why I brought it up. I mean, that to me, that's a 40% group. Those people are still reachable.
Yeah, and when you say things like that and a group is seeing, you know what I mean, if they are seeing somebody be like the one that's picked on and they want to come to their rescue, I think they're going to be more open to listening to what you have to
Yeah,
say
that's
because
what
they
happened.
know you're coming from a pure heart, like
Yeah.
a heartfelt place, whereas the other person is not. And that's how you know what I mean? You planted seeds, and that's what's important. I mean, like, it can be very frustrating to continue to have the conversations over and over and over again and feel like you're getting nowhere. But sometimes, even if you just reach one person, that can plant a seed and that can make a difference.
Yeah.
And we
But
got to remember that.
the way the narrative, the controlled narrative or the propaganda, as it were, the way it is, it's gone from fake news to just complete and total narrative failure. And as the narrative continues to unravel, more and more people are having the come to Jesus moments. The epiphanies are coming for them faster and more furious, to the point that instead of a great permanent enslavement, we are in the midst of a great enlightenment. I don't want to say awakening, because I want to stay away from the whole woke type thing, because that's again, that those words have kind of been tainted and they're weighted in terms wokeism and being woke and woke activism. It's an enlightenment. People on an individual level are asking questions, and on an individual level are seeking answers, and on an individual level are at last quickly evolving in bursts and spurts. And we're seeing it like with Jimmy and others. And for some people, they're fighting the change. They're trying to stay with the crowd as best they think they can read the crowd, whether it's Graham or Sauger or Crystal or Kyle or Mike Figueredo or David Dole or David Pat. I mean, they're all trying to put their finger up in the air, Lucky, and figure out, well, what's the, what type of pablum is the, what type of pablum really fires this crowd up,
Well, yeah, and like they're not following their heart, they're following
They're following a check.
yeah, they're
What's that?
following
What
what
do I
they think is
say
going to
to
bring
get
them
paid?
money. They're like, I can always move that direction, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to be left, I can be kind of walk that line and I can move that way if I need to. They're walking a line where it's like, oh, well, when people suddenly like start and we're like, oh yes, they're coming to this direction, that's good, and we give them, you know what I mean, that positive feedback. But at the same time, we're welcoming people in that have been fucking like being douchebags, and it can be really difficult.
I mean, if we're going to talk about actual honest debate, there's no point in debating any vaccine, and there's no point in debating any coronavirus policy. There's no point in any debate whatsoever about the so-called pandemic. There's no need to have any debate specific to the messenger RNA platform technologies for vaccines. There's no need to have any of these debates, because on one side, you have logic, evidence, and facts.
Yep.
And on the other side, you have incredibly vituperative, vicious personal attacks, reductio ad absurdum, reducing to, reverting to complete absurdities. Whataboutism, just one logical fallacy after another. There is no safety data to back up their side because it ain't there.
Yep.
And what safety data there is what is it, the year 2076 or something asinine that the FDA went to court and the United States citizens own government's Food and Drug Administration says this information that Pfizer had to give to us, the government agency charged with protecting public health, we're not going to give this information to the public health agency that was our basis for emergency use authorization for 75 fucking years and classify it as national security secret and then drag our feet to release it again. So there's no argument to be had in any of these realms. There's no debate to be had in any of these realms because they have no new truth to bring to any such debates. They have no new evidence to bring to such debate that will support their cause because there is more evidence coming in by the day. And it's all evidence on our side. And so the Enlightenment will just continue to blossom. And as the light of the truth moves from one part of the sky to another part of the sky, unlike most flowers, we're sunflowers. Wherever the truth is, wherever the light is in the sky, we'll rotate our entire fucking stalk to make sure that our petals are like solar panels in perfect position to the sun. From sun up to sun down, people that have grown sunflowers know what the fuck's I be talking about.
Sunflowers grow every year. My tallest ones went to the second story window.
Isn't that cool how they rotate all day? Name me any other plant that does that. Name me any other plant that
Sunflowers
orients to the sun.
they're super healing too. They remove toxins from the ground. They don't have a heavy, dense root ball. They don't take a lot to keep going. They feed the insects and the birds after. Like, they're an amazing plant.
He says Dalai Lama told my friend that rituals are for slow learners. Well, when it comes to the simple things that are so simple, they're kind of complex. I know it sounds like a paradox, but it's because you get into an area that's so ethereal and metaphysical and philosophical, and so I think of it of like trying to learn say the guitar solo to Master of Puppets, right? Or the guitar solo to November Rain, Guns N' Roses by Slash, the Slash guitar solo. And you've only played guitar for a little while, and it's got some arpeggios and some other, complicated work, jumping on fourths and fifths. So what do? You do your breathing exercises, maybe play a few scales, and then jump into it and play it at halftime. And you just start learning it slowly, learn all the notes, and then you just pick up the pace until you can finally play those guitar licks that Slash is burning on November Rain at speed with the regular GNR recording. I mean, I don't know. I'm just making
Mariana.
comparison.
Hi,
Now, Mariana se habla español, ¿sí? Creo que mi compañera habla español o castellano. No es mismo.
Unicorn.
Oh. Now, the Dalai Lama visited the monastery at the Abbey of Our Lady of Gethsemane, home to the Trappist monks, because my hometown where I grew up is New Haven, Kentucky, not to be confused with New Haven, Connecticut, for which it was named. But anyhow, at the Trappist monastery, a famous monk by the name of Brother Lewis, uh, was an international leader in the peace movement. Good friend of Cassius Clay, aka Muhammad Ali. Up in Louisville, because we're just about 45 minutes to an hour south of Louisville, down there in New Haven, below Bardstown. And Brother Lewis is known to the world by his preordained name of Thomas Merton. And so, like Thomas Merton, the 7-story mountain, I don't know if you've ever heard of Thomas Merton, but he was assassinated by the CIA in India when they threw a toaster in his bathtub. Or no, they said a fan tipped back and fell in his bathtub, and that's how he died in a mysterious one-person accident.
I'm not sure if Thomas Merton's who I'm thinking he was. He's a spiritual person of some sort, an author.
Yes, he was a Trappist monk and an author from New Haven, Kentucky. At the Trappist monastery.
I know. I think I've read.
Well, the Dalai Lama has been to the Trappist monastery a bunch of times, because Thomas Merton was friends with the Dalai Lama, and then the Dalai Lama made friends with the other monks there. So, anyways, Dalai Lama been there a couple of times. I never actually got to meet the Dalai Lama, but I mean, I've literally crossed paths with him, and all the way back to when he first fled Tibet, when the Chinese first went in. He's been back and forth to the Trappist monastery in Gethsemane, Our Lady of Gethsemane monastery there. We of course did the boundary survey for Brother Pascal at the monastery there. They used to make ice cream and stuff. Lot of time around the Trappist monks, and they've changed a lot, because they used to be the kind of monks that most of them never had any contact with the outside public, and really tall walls, and very there's all these different convents and monasteries across the United States. They're all kind of different. What about Sully from Dyer's Eve?
Is that a band, Dyer's Eve? Oh no, that's Dyer's Eve. That's Metallica, right? Dyer's Eve, is that off of Justice?
For Justice for All. Yeah, good old Thomas Merton. I don't know, I can't think of any quotes right off the top of my head. That was some good reading back then. Wow. Can you make me walk with everything? Sounds like Neo talking to Morpheus there, buddy.
There was a good book that I passed on to my son a while back. Last time I saw him was the Dalai Lama in conversation with, was it Daniel Goleman, I think? Didn't we touch on that once before, maybe? One of the other streams? That was pretty. I think the book was called Destructive Emotions. So they're examining it, both from like a neuroscience and psychological perspective, and then from the Buddhist perspective. And, the Dalai Lama is a total science nerd.
Yeah.
It was at least that part of the hell was that movie there with Brad Pitt?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to get off soon.
BS, but
I am like so tired.
Yep.
3:30.
It's catching up. It's catching up to Lucky too. We've been pulling these hella fucking 7-8 hour fucking podcast till the sun comes up.
Well, and it's been dark and gloomy and shit. Like, so I'm just like, I don't know. I get super just like, you know.
But I did want to give a shout out once again to Tim Truth. Because he had this clip he loaded to Rockfin I watched earlier today of this OBGYN doctor who was just tearing into the whole medical profession and just lays it out basically that at the point we've reached now, which is the whole quandary I've had, because I get puke, I'm sick. She's like, you should really go back to the doctor and have them put the scope back down and see if it's a ulcer or a hernia or this. And I mean, I can't, there's no trust there. I mean, the trust is gone.
Yeah, remember I was saying that.
How can I trust any nurse? How can I trust any doctor that's still working at the local hospitals now? Because they've all been protesting on the sidewalks around here when they all got fired for not taking the shot. That select fraction of the workforce at King's Daughters Medical Center and Cabell Huntington High School Cabell Huntington Medical Center and St. Mary's Medical Center and Southern Ohio Medical Center. 4 major urban city hospitals in this section of the Ohio Valley over about a 25-mile area. And then there's 3 others, 2 of which have closed during the coronavirus. So we've gone from 6 to 4 hospitals with hospital beds. Pay attention, Graham Elwood. We went from 6 hospitals with hospital beds to 4 hospitals with hospital beds in the last 18 months during the fucking coronavirus. So take your hospital beds argument and shove it straight up your fucking shaved butt lip asshole.
And they also fucking fired a bunch of medical workers. Yeah. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Have you not seen that? Like,
and so I have respect for all those people.
It is willful.
I have some respect for those people because those people at least were like, I'll keep death jabbing. I'll keep pushing bodies down to the morgue in the lower basement so long as I don't have to take these shots. But now if they try and make me take these shots, well, I'll be out on the sidewalk with a poster. So I don't really want to make all these people out to be heroes because, I mean, if you had already reached the point where you knew something was wrong and you knew all these people are dying and it concerned you to the point that I've seen so many people hurt that I don't want to take it from what I've seen, then why didn't you speak up for the patients that were under your care? It's only an issue when you're going to become the possible patient suffering an adverse event. I mean, I thought nurses and doctors were supposed to be advocates for their patients and not wanting to kill them, but instead help them get better. But in order to give informed consent to a patient,
that's not the incentive under the capitalist model either. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people go into nursing maybe more for the money than
right. Oh yeah,
it's not to downplay anybody's whatever they do when they're there because it's always appreciated. But like I noticed that last time we were at the ER with my stepfather last month, a couple of weeks ago, and the first person came in to take a ultrasound of his bladder. He couldn't figure out how to use the machinery or whatever, and very curt. Didn't have a mask, didn't have gloves or whatever, which I was like, all right, that's fine. But I thought it was kind of weird. And then they went and got some other guy, and he was like the hot shot or whatever, some young buck, handsome young doctor, be good on TV probably, but his manner was like 180 degrees different, and you could feel the energy change in the room. My stepfather was all amped up, he's and understandably so, and his manner made a huge difference, in that little example.
A calming, de-escalating, healing environment, getting you down to the right vibration instead of,
takes escalating a lot of people to be caregivers. My sister did that too, and it really took a lot of. She bounced around a lot, so she'd be like the newbie at all these different places where she was working, and they'd give her like the tough patients that just pawning off the difficult patients, quote unquote, onto Maggie, and she was a hot shit. She didn't take shit from anybody, and she was like a deeply, profoundly spiritual person, and it
But
was
you
just funny.
see,
She'd
the
always
same
win the
problem that you have with nurses and doctors and medical specialists and physicians, whether it's RN, LPN, PAs, their relationship within Rockefeller allopathic medicine, allopathic hospitalized medicine and its delivery, as funded and really orchestrated and regulated by the Rockefeller dynasty still to this day. It's their baby, it's their child, it's their thing. And everyone working inside of that, okay, all right. So, like I said, there are people that said, hey, I'm not taking no shot. I mean, I'll keep pushing, I'll keep toe tagging down on the lower basement in the morgue shelves, but I ain't taking that fucking shot. Well, and not really much of a hero then. But to be fair, there are gag orders at the hospitals. There are gag orders from the state nursing boards and the state doctor boards in every single state, and from the national nursing and national certification for doctors and medical specialty boards that have all come out at the same exact fucking time saying, if you make any disparaging remark against the COVID vaccines, you're spreading misinformation, we're taking your fucking medical license. If a patient asks you about the vaccines, you're not allowed to talk about adverse events to them, or you're misinforming them, you're encouraging vaccine hesitancy, and we will take away your license to practice medicine. Period. And all across the country, that's the first time ever there has ever been any type of gag order on the entire medical profession.
bullshit. It's medical tyranny, 100%.
There's never been a gag order. So with this gag order in effect, there is no way for any patient to get informed consent unless the doctor or the nurse or whoever jeopardizes their job and their ability to get any kind of job anywhere else using their 10 years of education.
You know what? I don't give a shit. If you can stay in a fucking job and you can do harm to people because you need that job, then you shouldn't be in that job.
I'm just following orders, man.
I don't give a shit.
That's what they said at
If
Nuremberg
everybody
too, right?
actually stood up for what they believed in, imagine how different fucking shit would be right now. It's bullshit.
Meanwhile, there were people from the outset who were doubting this, and very quickly before the EUA rolled out for the first round of doses, there was already frontline doctors. Right? There were already thousands and then tens of thousands of doctors and nurses and medical professionals all across the United States over a year ago, already banding together saying this ain't right, this ain't medicine, we've never done this, we've never done that, we've never done this, we've never done that, we've never done the other. Totally off the fucking rails. Totally uncharted territory. And none of it has anything to do with medicine. So we're trying to save lives. And what happened when they talked about saving lives? What happened when they made their videos? Instantly deplatformed.
Exactly, Chizzy.
Instantly taken off YouTube. And instantly ridiculed and vilified. And, oh, witch doctors, they're quacks, they're kooks. Listen to our patent medicine salesman instead. He just rolled his wagon into the old West town. He's hawking us his latest mRNA. It's the great tonic elixir of all time. Come one, come all, ladies and gents and ladies. It's fucking old crow medicine show type shit, At least back then in the old West, you'd call it out what it is, but now the corporations own the government, so the government can control its customers. So, and in the same regard, even if you vote out all the incumbents out of the political system, it's still a system of death. And so no matter how good they are, they're going to be in the killer seat. They're going to be in the cockpit, and all they have is weapons and missiles to fire. Same thing, people working inside the Rockefeller hospitalized medical system. If you stay inside that system, whether you're following orders, whether you're conscious of it or not, you are part of that system of sickness and death.
And if you're a homeopathic practitioner, you might fucking be on somebody's hit list because they keep seeming to disappear, mysteriously get suicide themselves in the back of the head and shit. And then you mention it to anybody and you're like, oh, that's some kind of nutty conspiracy. I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on, man, but I keep seeing the news. And
if you're trying,
what the fuck's going on?
Look at it this way. If you're trying to kill people, if you're literally premeditated trying to enact a genocide, if you're prosecuting a genocide,
yeah, exactly. Phenomenal.
The biggest threat to the prosecution of your genocide are people that are working against you. Well, what works against a genocide? Saving people's lives. So the biggest threats to our health and the efficacy of the vaccine are the people who have actually been saving lives already, right? Frontline doctors. They're oh my God, they're the worst. Dr. Joseph McCullough and Bobby Kennedy, they're the absolute worst. They're the disinformation dozen. You know, and they're all fucking doctors. Huh? What the fuck's going on, man? And so life-saving doctors that have saved all these lives, treated all these patients all through these last 18, 24 months, they're public enemy number one. But trust the criminal drug cartels that have killed hundreds of thousands of Appalachians with their pills, had to pay billions of dollars in fines. Pfizer and Purdue and GlaxoSmithKline and go down the whole fucking list.
Get a permit for the frickin' the pill for the cure to the frickin' problem that they caused to fucking begin with too. Just never
Same
ends.
thing they did with the opioids.
That's what I'm saying.
We trusted our doctors then.
Because they are systems of death.
Mm-hmm.
When Rockefeller and the other investors put it all together, it was founded on eugenics, built for eugenics, and it is used for eugenics. So now that we see what is happening with all of the medical boards at the state and federal level, now that we see what has been happening with the gag orders, with the remdesivir bribe payments from CMS Medicare services, now that all the evidence is out there, there's no argument to be made. It's as blatantly eugenic as it's ever been, to the point of basically a modern day T4 program where they've already said, well, you know, you can go ahead and euthanize those that got the coof, you know, so they don't have to suffer as long. And they've already been doing midazolam and do not resuscitate orders for anyone that has any type of handicap, right? Or I don't think handicap is the right word anymore, but special in every which way but one. I don't know, whatever term proper to use. Fucking point being, they were targeting people that they claim are genetically inferior. And the point of eugenics, as in GENE, genes, is to improve the human gene pool. And you improve and regulate the human gene pool by deciding who lives, who dies, who gets to have babies, and who don't. That's Yona's basics of fucking eugenics. That's what Rockefeller hospitals were all about. It's a system of death within a system of death. It always has been and always will be.
Unicorn brought up a good point there. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
go ahead.
I don't know if you could scroll back to that for a second. Like, I mean, yeah, I totally fucking hear you, man, and I'm really sorry you're stuck in that position. You do what the fuck you got to do. What are you gonna do? I don't. These
It's not a
decisions are
decision
everybody's
you can
own
make
fucking
for
decision,
you.
but they're not really. You're not making a decision. You're being fucking coerced. If you're given the decision, you might make a different choice, right? I don't.
Yeah, it's not a
To
choice.
me,
Not
that's
Here's an
having
not.
a choice is the
ultimatum.
point. Is
It's
what I'm
not a
saying. You
choice.
know,
I guess I'm going to come off
you're
like
being
an
fucking
asshole
coerced. It's
here.
not fucking
But
fair.
considering the two things I wrote on these envelopes, sacrificing people's very lives in consideration of your livelihood is not a debate worth having. If you even have to have the debate over how many lives are worth sacrificing to maintain your livelihood, then again, we're talking about a job at a hospital where you save lives. But dude, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and that's my paycheck. And it's like, I mean, it's like the old saying, how do you sleep with yourself at night? I mean, I guess when you don't know, you can work it. When you don't know, when there's still that ambiguity, shit don't seem right. Stuff ain't really adding up. I don't agree with the administration. I don't agree with the policy. I know it's really fucked up, but at least I'm able within the system to provide some level of care for patients, and I actually care, and blah, 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 blah. Well, then it comes to the point that you realize the whole time you've been working at fucking Auschwitz. I mean, there comes a point when you can't ignore all the piling bodies and all the sickness and all the pain you're doing to every single person that comes in. Still, you're thinking about are we still on the livelihood argument at that point? How many lives are a proper consideration for livelihood? Point, I put myself where my mouth is. Okay. I could be back out surveying right now. I could be back out engineering right now. Me, right there with my fucking tripod, pointing to the goddamn bulldozers. Knock that down, push that hill out the fucking way. Let the fucking blacktop roll. Let the fucking concrete pour. Okay, I could be back out here surveying right the fuck now. Cut down all these goddamn trees, all 250 fucking acres. Clear cut it all. I just showed you what line to cut to. I painted every lime tree. Now cut everything in between. And I'd be making $150, $200 an hour. An hour. I'd be back to making $4,000 or $5,000 a week. Like I was before. I speak all these fucking languages. I get a college degree and all that fucking shit. And I'm delivering pizza. And I sleep good when I lay down to go to sleep. I can live with myself. Yeah, I'm on fucking food stamps, living day to day, mouth to mouth, for absolutely fucking no reason but my own personal choice. I'm a Supreme Court cited fucking professional surveyor. I can go back into surveying instantly. $150 an hour. I do good to make $150 in a day on a really good day if I get 20 deliveries and work 6 hours. Condescending, ignorant bullshit. Yeah. Well, my livelihood, if I'm working in a hospital, my livelihood is supposed to be about saving lives and providing health. If you realize that through no fault of your own, the policies and the procedures and the protocols are killing or injuring patients, and you're under gag order to not do anything about it, then you get out of that situation. Pure and simple. It's a choice. And if you still choose the livelihood over patient outcome, if they lose their lives, they've lost everything and they'll never get it back. I mean, again, why are you in a hospital? Why are you doing medicine? I'm not trying to be condescending. It just seems fucking logical to me. I mean, it's the Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm. Not first think of your career. It's not first think of your livelihood and then treat the patient accordingly. I mean, so it's a
This
system
is exactly why fucking capitalism has got to be fucking just taken to fucking pieces.
in the
It
current
pits us
format, it's a
all
system of
against each
death.
other, and I'm so fucking sick of this shit. God damn it!
I
Nobody
have
should be
given
put
up
in
the
the fucking
same.
position to
No,
fucking.
no,
I
no, no, no.
feel
You
for you, buddy.
understand?
I do.
I own
And
my
I
own
hear what you're
business.
saying,
I
too.
own my own land. I sold everything and left the country and went to Ecuador. Came back, had job offers to go right back to owning land, building a house, doing this. No, instead I've been working fucking fast food jobs, delivering pizza. You know, the last job I had at Marco's Pizza, okay, I made $4 a fucking hour. Speaking 15 goddamn languages and being a licensed professional surveyor. But I took a job making $4 fucking an hour. I'm a condescending asshole living in fucking government projects, you know. So yeah, I'm really, I mean, by my choice. By my choice, I can go right out right now and get a million fucking jobs. That's hyperbolic. There are countless job offers right now looking for land surveyors techs to work on the pipelines and the fracking projects and the coal tipples up and down the Ohio Valley here right now. And I could get $200, $250 an hour to go out there and run a crew with a fucking tripod and make killer fucking money. My kids will have a way better life. We won't be driving a shit fucking van, you know? So again, at least when I walk away from the forest and I don't want to help the loggers clear cut another fucking timber stand, it's just trees. You know, it's not babies or adolescents or men or women in the local community that are getting toe tagged. You know, I mean, in the United States of America, more people have died over this 2-year period because of the deliberate policies of people like Andrew Cuomo and others than in other countries. You know, and you know, we can get into the data manipulation and were they really vaxxed or unvaxxed, and what's the definition of unvaxxed, and was it 14 days after a thing, and what was, well, are we talking before the vax, and well, did they die of COVID or with COVID or from COVID? So all the fucking data manipulation, but the point being, if you're privileged enough, you can go there and die. Otherwise, just stay the hell home. See, healthcare is not a human right. Healthcare is not a human right in the United States. Medicare for all is not a thing. Jimmy Dore and Steph tried to push Medicare for all, forced the vote, and see what happened with that, right? Vilified. Healthcare is not a human right. We fought for it and fought for it and fought for it. Apparently, we'll get myocarditis for all before we ever get Medicare for all. I love surveying. Okay? That's what my family's done for 5 generations is land surveying. I haven't practiced land surveying since 2016, for almost 5 years. It fucking kills me. I didn't forget how to do it. But I guess it's condescending, you know? I don't know. I can't imagine being in the medical field if I had been a 5th generation cardiac specialist in heart surgery and then being in the midst of this. I can't imagine. I mean, my heart goes out to you as a professional who is very skilled and honest in their trade to be confronting the prospect of, you know, instead of working for $150 or $200 an hour like you've worked for the last 25 years of your life, going and washing dishes by hand and working 14-hour shifts for $4 an hour. So I mean, nothing anyone can say to me is going to be worse than the shit I've had to go through and live in my fucking life, and a lot of it's by my own choice. So I'm not asking for sympathy. I mean, I just maybe empathy. You know, I can empathize.
You know what's insane to me? We have advanced in science, right? Our science has advanced. You know, we're supposed to be like doing so great, but our health life expectancy gets shorter and shorter.
Yeah.
And people are just accepting of that, even though we have such advances in science. It is like the most insane thing to me. Like everything is just backwards. Everything.
It's hard to imagine taking a decision. I mean, I can't imagine the pressure people in the medical field are under, because when it comes to the enlightenment and the revelation and the evil fuckery going on, it's going to be the hardest for most medical professionals, because that's where this plan has its very base and root. So it's amazing. I mean, my God. Again, what really gets to me is the unprecedented gag order that they're not allowed to speak out. And then you see, what happens? He's like, well, there goes my livelihood. If I speak out like Peter McCullough, if I speak out like Zelenko, if I speak out like artists, if I speak out like these other doctors, it's career suicide. There goes my, rising up in the ranks at the hospital, and it's like, at this point, I compare a lot of these hospitals to fucking death camps. I mean, you're trying to get promoted at Auschwitz. I mean, really, like at what point do you realize you're working at Auschwitz and no amount of money is worth, I mean, because it's not what you always thought it was. You were told your whole life, this is what job you do. This is where you work. When you care about people and you're so compassionate about them, you want to help people. So, and granted, Charlie pointed out correctly, a lot of people, given the utter economic desperation most Americans struggle with, living day to day, paycheck to paycheck, they go into it for the money. Well, I know I can make good money doing nursing, right? Or doctors make good money, right? So I'll be a doctor. It's not, I'll be a doctor so I can save lives. I'll be a doctor because they make good money and I won't live in abject poverty anymore, like most of America does. I didn't use that numbered term anymore. I've learned. You were right.
Yeah, at every little turn, there's some sort of little linguistic fucking trap to a pitfall, and we start calling that shit out for what it is and go, oh no, this is what it really is. That starts to like fill in. It's like, you ever do Mad Libs with the kids?
Yes, I have. I actually have one of those somewhere.
Kind of like that in a way, you just start swapping words out and like, oh, it has a whole new meaning here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
the way we say things matter. Like, it really does matter. It's not like self-censorship, but it's you know what I mean. It's giving light to the things that, you know what I mean, that have become that. You know what I mean, saying first world or third world country or fourth, like, you know what I mean, like we are on one planet.
They probably left. Well, you can't make everybody happy.
It's important to scrutinize the, what is the word? Etymology? Is that the word?
The origin of words.
It's important. Like every time I'm like, God damn, man, somebody points something out or I discover, I'm like, oh yeah, wow. All this stuff you've been dropping on us right along with all the different, like going back to language.
There is the last comment I see. If everyone not mandated to get the vax gives up all their wealth and income and goes and begs for crumbs on the street, then I will reject the mandate and join you. But until then, opinions are worth little. But it is good to know different opinions. I value diverse opinions. And that last comment informs greatly.
If everybody thinks that way, though, then nobody will go out there.
Yeah. But it starts out, if everyone, basically, I'll add a few words of my own to paraphrase, but if everyone that still isn't mandated to get the vax gives up all of their wealth and income, if every last unvaxxed person gives up all their money and goes all St. Francis of Assisi and strips naked in the town square of Assisi, then I'll no longer support the mandate and I'll leave the hospital. But until then, okay, How many bodies am I taking to the morgue on this trip? Oh, you got my paycheck? Good. All right. Yeah. Oh, well.
Guys, I hate to, but I have to cut it
Yeah.
like short.
You said that
Like
like an
I'm
hour ago. We've still
super
been
tired. Yeah.
Well, thank you for hosting this discussion as always.
Absolutely. I would stay on. I'm just so tired.
Oh, good. Get some
Yeah.
sleep. Get some rest.
Well, I
You
guess
too, Yona. Everybody.
I was fearlessly authentic to the point of being a condescending asshole, but it was all authentic. And I mean, I can't write these two things as the very essence of what I wanted to discuss tonight and then just back down from that, you know. Save your life before you save the job that kills you or your patients. Otherwise, why are you in a healthcare facility to save lives? If you don't know it's killing patients, I guess you can still feign ignorance. If you know it's causing so many injuries that you don't want to do the mandate, I understand. It sounded to me like from that point of view, someone has agreed to just go ahead and allow them to stick and jab to keep the job. So, I mean, again, I guess it sounds like condescending asshole for me to say you really shouldn't, you know, if there's any doubt in your mind that you're harming people, then you shouldn't do it. That's kind of like basic Hippocratic oath stuff, you know. And I guess, you know, until it threatens you, you know, it's what we were talking about with our German friend the last time, which is a good thing to end on. And that is, he said it was evil as, what did our German friends, centaur, he said, banal. Evil is banal, right? Banal, right? Evil is banal. And a lot of times it's just like going along to get along, just kind of, you know, going with the flow and taking the path of least resistance. So, well, I'll put on this brown shirt. Well, I'll work at the death camp, and at least it won't be killing me, you know. Yes. I don't know. It's kind of getting to that point now, isn't it? And you know, I think things are really taking off now because every time a nurse, every time a doctor tells a woman that got the vax that the irregularities in their menses and their cycle, telling the postmenopausal woman that it's totally normal that she's you know, bleeding again, telling all these women that they're fucking crazy and it's all in their fucking head.
And it's affecting women that don't have the shot too.
Yeah, because it sheds.
It's affecting all the women. Like I had a friend who worked in a it was like a home where like it was the actual house environment, and all the women there got the shot and she didn't, and
then it shed on
messed her up,
and then it messed with
so
her cycle.
bad. Yeah,
because they shed the spike protein.
The reproductive processes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting messed up from it. Just like being around other people. Like I don't want to be around other people because it's shedding. And if you touch things, like it's micro, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. You're going to get it on you no matter what. But it's affecting me.
So not only do you have the legitimate concern for your biology, but then you have to throw the fear on top of that pile too of your own neighbors and friends and whomever, you know, that fucking add it to the pile. It's a mile high and growing. Yeah. There's so many injuries.
I'm more worried about the people that are vaccinated. Like those are the people I'm actually concerned about.
This is siege warfare. We're the domestic sanctions, whatever you want to call it, but like we're under attack by ostensibly our own government, right? We know it's not.
I must say,
people have not seen that. You know that Jimmy had to pull down that John F. Kennedy Jr. freaking show. They had to pull that down
to keep from getting a strike.
from YouTube.
Yeah,
YouTube
bullshit.
made them pull, like, something happened behind the scenes where they had to pull that down.
I'm kind of
And-
surprised they let them put it up at all.
Well, they put it up on Christmas Day when no one was looking.
Well, yeah.
And a few people grabbed it up while they could, and we're talking about on Rockfin. Wow, I'm so glad he put it up for free on YouTube. I was finally able to watch it for the first time, and I'm like, dude,
Charlie
you know, there's
grabbed
like BitChute.
I know
and
it
Odyssey
wasn't on Rockfin even premium. Like, it got pulled down. I'm at to mention that, like, you guys should leave up, you know what I mean? At least leave it up on premium if you're gonna do it on Rockfin, you know, because it comes down like right after.
I
And
don't understand why they take it down off premium, other than the fact that I guess he puts it up on his Jimmy Dore comedy website where you can subscribe there.
Yeah,
and I
but
guess get to see
if
it
you're a
there.
premium person, I feel like you should be able to get it.
Well, I mean,
Because otherwise you have
I'm
to
not
do premium on
justifying it.
Rockfin and the other site. You know what I mean? I feel like
I'm not
you know?
justifying it. I'm just saying I think the reason why is because, you know, because like I myself am subscribed to the Jimmy Dore comedy site and JimmyDoreComedyShow.com, where, you know, because I'm a gold member, I can then go and watch the videos. And that's been the case for me for 3-4 years or however long. But I've only been on, you know, Rockfin subscribed for like about a year. But I mean, I almost feel like it's just been that way because that's the way it was. I've kind of been disappointed the way they've dealt with Rockfin, and you know, a lot of times never even.
Yeah, it's
going
not
to
even like
Rockfin.
really mentioned. Like Rumble is, but not Rockfin.
Yeah, like they're
Like
all
Rockfin's kind
in
of
on
usually
Rumble.
ignored, you know?
Mhm.
And if it wasn't, then people would go over there. You know, more people would go over there and you know, comment and, you know, use the freaking super rays because they don't see them usually. Stuff doesn't get to them.
I don't know. As a result, I feel like it's kind of like at this point, Rockfin is kind of like a like almost like a Connecticut type of space where it's like right in the middle of all the big action. You know, it's like right in between like YouTube New York City and Odyssey Boston, but it's like a boutique type space where, you know, we get like sometimes 100, 150, 200 people in a chat stream watching all at the same time. And that's like a mega fucking slamming show on Rockfin. But you compare that to like Rumble or Odyssey or YouTube, and those are just absolutely laughable numbers. And so the Rockfin chat and the Rockfin community is so much more intimate.
I wish they would fix their chat thing though.
Yeah.
Like when
It's got some bugs. It's kind of
on the iPad, like every
janky.
time I want to go and type something, I have to like scroll it down and touch the box. You know what I mean? It doesn't stay in there. It's not like on YouTube you can just keep typing and it's gonna go into chat thing.
I've
You know,
tried using it on my cell phone, and it sucks compared to using it on my desktop. It's like night and day.
It's totally
pretty
different.
wild. It's pretty janked up the way they got their web app running. But I mean,
Yeah, my iPad is totally different from the computer too.
but you know, at least with
And the phone.
YouTube,
Like they're all different.
the thing with YouTube is though that where there's just so much more exposure, you end up getting so many more people blowing in and blowing out. And I mean,
you really have to put slow mode on their YouTube chat because it's a skid mark. I think Ozzy quoted that before. It's like freaking.
The older I get and the more I talk, I just find myself having less patience and being more and more. I'm going to die on this hill. I'm going to die on that hill. I used to just want to get along with everybody. I used to want to try to please every last audience member. I didn't want to make anybody angry. I didn't want to lose anything. And, you know, at this point, the situation is so fucking dire. And we're in such uncharted territory that, I mean, some people's feelings are going to get hurt. Some people really ain't going to like what I had to say. And I mean, it's my opinion. And I you know, you totally disagree, but the situation's dire. I'm just not pulling any punches anymore. Fuck it. Everybody's going to like what I have to say. Not everybody's going to like the way I say it, but and I'm not perfect, and I own my losses and I own my victories. I make mistakes. I fuck up all the time, but
But that's part of being authentic is admitting that. I will hold myself to that same account. You know what I mean? Like if I fucking say something that's messed up, like the reason why I don't really care about what I say here is because I'm saying something in an authentic, honest way. And if I'm wrong, then I'll say it. You know what I mean? I will come back and say the same thing. I'll be like, listen, I messed up or I learned, and like how
Yeah.
else are we going to like come together as a people if we can't even like do that? Like if we're
Again,
walking
trading
on
notes.
eggshells all the time over what we're gonna do or say or this or that, like it ruins everything. We put so much energy towards that, and it just takes away everything else.
You
ain't
know,
that it, Choosy? I was just reading Choosy's thing there.
and I think it's good to, maybe ask for clarification when we're talking to one another. You know what I mean? Instead of like, it's like even the way the language we use and trying to suss out what somebody else is meaning. It's important to kind of look
Yeah,
at that. I mean,
we often
it slows the process of communication up a little bit, but I think that we go so damn fast in society as it is. I think all the ancient traditions and all the cultures are still holding all that stuff down to this day. That's part of the whole role. Is it's nature takes its own pace, and it's much different than our current ethnocentric pace. So that's worth looking at.
I feel like I really got triggered there for a second because I was like, how dare you say I'm being condescending? Like, I mean, really, like, I mean, because I read a short, earlier, Charlie, I read a short story that I wrote about this massive, massive 3-year long land surveying project that I worked on, where I ended up doing my first comprehensive colonial patent land grant retracements of 17 and 1800 surveys, and it was really the pinnacle. It's the beginning of my professional career as an expert witness in land surveying profession, and really ever since 2008, when the real estate market collapsed because the banks created MERS, MERS. That's the Mortgage Electronic Registration System. It's a private database where they began to disobey the title laws in every state and across the country that say that you must have written proof of title recorded with the public records for your house, for your mortgages, for your car titles. There must be written proof of your car title. If you ain't got no written car title, it ain't yours. Anybody that's ever bought a car knows what I'm talking about. You have to have a written fucking car title and
Not
a copy of
anymore.
it.
Not here. Not for
There,
mine. Not my van is like a 91. I don't have to I don't have a title or anything for it anymore.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah,
had to
you
get a
guys
title.
like
I
get
had to get the
facts.
title cleared. I had to get the title cleared, but like I think the DMV might keep something on file, but like they don't give you an actual title anymore.
Yeah, Massachusetts, they're
but
very they're
I mean,
anal
according
about
to the
all that.
records law, there should still be a recorded copy of the title for a legally registered vehicle somewhere, whether or not they distribute copies of it. Just like every single piece of land that has a deed to it, that has a mortgage against that deed, every single land record, there's supposed to be a copy, hard copy, filed with the clerk's office. So if you sell your house and property to somebody else, they don't officially own it until the deed has been filed with the court clerk and registered into the public record.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you could go to court and find out that, well, the deed was never recorded, so the title never passed to you. So they still own it and they took your money and you ain't got nothing because your title's not recorded in the court. So that's the point. The banks in 2008 created mortgage electronic registration system and they stopped reporting mortgages in the courthouses. So now you can't find out which bank has the lien against your property.
Jesus.
They stopped doing it. And now the banks in 2009,
here.
they start doing their own surveys without a licensed surveyor to do the work. The banks took over for the courthouses in 2008 and the banks took over for the surveyors in 2009. And now pretty much the only survey work left is to work on, fracking sites or mountaintop removal or strip logging or pipelines and shit. And again,
death.
No offense to Horny Unicorn, but yes, I would be making hundreds of dollars an hour doing that kind of work. And, I can't. I can't look my kids in the eyes. I can't look my friends and neighbors in the eyes and say, yeah, I'm busily working down the street, poisoning the water that you'll ever try to drink here for the rest of time as relative to us. Well, she said she's tired and I'm tired. I guess I need to shut up. We need to get out of here.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just turning off the other lights and stuff.
Well, thank you all for the conversation and for laying all this stuff out. Hopefully people want to come back and everybody have a chance to go back over stuff. You know what I mean? You need each other.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm really fucking sick of this shit of everybody being pitted against each other. Everybody's out here doing the best they can for them and theirs and try not to be a dick in the process. I mean, that's like the golden rule. It's, and they're making it ever so harder every goddamn day. And it really fucking infuriates me. I totally feel where Unicorn was coming from and I totally feel where you're coming from. I'm sitting here listening to both of you and you're both fucking right.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
it's a catch-22.
Wrong. That's we'll have to put a pin in it here, obviously, but I really appreciate everybody being willing to get in on this stuff. So
either they die or I starve, and it's like, and if I starve, I could starve to death. It's every man for himself, I guess. But you hate to see that type of ethical debate happening in the mind of someone under a pair of scrubs in a hospital, charged with saving lives and doing no harm. That's
any profession, really, but.
Particularly when you've actually sworn an occupational oath to deliberately never knowingly harm people.
And I think it's going to take a critical mass of healthcare workers who, frontline people to just say enough is enough with this shit. And, and that's where common interest will start coming in.
That's what the Great Barrington Declaration, that's what
warehouse workers here, whomever.
All right, guys, we got to wrap it up because we will continue talking.
Yeah,
and we can.
Well, I love you guys.
We can do a stream either tomorrow, if not Wednesday. So be on the lookout. Thanks, love you all. Please hit the like button for us.
Love you, sister. Love you, fam. Thank you, everybody.
I will keep in touch with you close as I can. I'm looking at an absolute hell week coming up. I normally work about 20, 25 hours a week. I'm scheduled 35 hours this week. I work Wednesday through Sunday for the rest of the week, almost all day, every day or every other day. So I'm really not looking forward to it. So, but I'm